yours is the victory. Oh, hallelujah. Praise the one who set me free. Hallelujah. Death has lost its grip on me. You have broken every chain. There's salvation in your name, Jesus Christ, my living hope. Hallelujah. Praise the one who set me free. Hallelujah. Death has lost its grip on me. You have broken every chain. There's salvation in your name, Jesus Christ, my living hope. Jesus Christ, my living hope. Oh God, you are my living Father above, Father in heaven.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had their lunch already. It's already 1:30, but we'll wait for a few more minutes for more people to come in before we start everything proper. I think for housekeeping, my name is King Y, and I will be your moderator for today. So we'll just wait for a few more minutes for everyone to come in. Make sure, you have your bottle of water close by so that it will be easy for you to get a quick sip of water rather than rushing off to the kitchen, come back and all that. For those who want to take notes, please do have your pen and paper nearby because I think there'll be many valuable tips and information for you to take down. And also for those who are watching from their phone, it's suggested you can try to watch from your PC or tablet so that you don't get any neck problems or it's a bit uncomfortable. But of course, if it's only your phone, please make sure that you put it up at a very nice height so that you don't keep looking down on it. And the videos might look quite unflattering. So maybe just want to put it up a bit higher so that you can see at eye level. So we'll just wait for a few more people to come in so that I can go through some ground rules as well as the opening prayer from Elder Sing Ki. We just have to wait for a little while.
will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. Find rest in my soul in Christ alone. Know His power in quietness and trust. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still, know you are God. When the oceans rise and thunders roar, I will soar with you above the storm. Father, you are king over the flood. I will be still, know you are God.
Okay, it's 1:35. Just want to welcome everyone here today. Just to let everyone know, please do have your water nearby, your pen and paper, as well as to maybe if you're using a phone to attend this webinar, to lift it up at a comfortable height so that you won't strain your neck as looking down or anything of that sort. I think we're waiting for a few more people to turn up. Can I just find out if Elder Sinki is in the room? I think he must be a bit delayed. His name is not on the participant list. No problem. We'll just wait for a little while. Okay. So I think Pastor Ching Chung, you're able to do the opening prayer.
Yes.
Okay, maybe you can open with a word of prayer before I go into the ground rules and introductions. Thank you.
Yes, let's commit this time. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for taking time off. I just pray you will all benefit. Yeah. Let's bow our heads and just commit this time to the Lord. Heavenly Father, we just want to thank you, Lord, for this opportunity that we can come and benefit from your servant, Dr. Yeo Pei Li. We just ask and pray, Lord, that even as she shares from her vast experience, many people will be blessed. Their hearts and their thoughts will be opened to the wisdom that you have passed on to her to bless us with. And so, Father, we just want to pray and commit this whole webinar unto you. We pray, Lord, that at the end of it, we may take home many points that will be useful for ourselves and for our loved ones. Father, we thank you, Lord, for this time. We commit all of this to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Ching Chung. So once again, welcome everyone. This is the webinar titled Mental Health, the Impact on Children and What Parents Can Do. If somehow you have accidentally entered the wrong webinar, you can exit, but chances are this is the correct one. So firstly, I would like to just give a few ground rules before I introduce our speaker. As you can see, we've asked you to please type in your full name, like myself, King Wai, and please turn your webcam on if possible. If you have a bad hair day or the background not so nice, we understand, but try to have your webcam on. We will mute all your microphones for the time being. However, Dr. Yeo Pei Li has been kind enough to say that if you have any verbal questions, you can unmute yourself to ask the question at the appropriate time. And to do so, you can actually click the blue hand to indicate that you have a question. Now, if you don't know how to do that, you are supposed to click on the participants tab at the bottom of your screen. And then when you see the participants list come out, there is a little tab at the bottom, raise hand, it's called. So you can click on that. Yeah, and Dr. Pei Li will answer your question if you have anything verbal to ask. Of course, if you have questions that not able to verbally say out, please type your question in the chat box. And lastly, to let you all know, today's session will be recorded for our office purposes and reference. So without much further ado, let me introduce you to Dr. Yeo Pei Li, who is the Dean of Counseling Studies at Alpha Omega International College. Dr. Pei Li is a licensed counselor with the Malaysia's Board of Counselors since 2003. She specializes in career guidance and counseling, trauma work, as well as couple and family therapy. She has also been involved in various educational institutions, one of which is Help University College, and currently she is in Monash University in her capacity as a student counselor, senior lecturer, and trainer. Her doctorate is in counselor education and supervision from Regent University in the United States. Dr. Yeo Pei Li has been working with children and youth since 1992. She was formerly a banker and has worked in the customer service division and training department. So she is very well versed in the corporate world, as well as in academic, and as well as being a full-time counselor. So without much further ado, I'd like to pass the time now to Dr. Yeo Pei Li. Dr. Yeo.
Okay, thank you, King Wai, for the kind introduction. I don't think I released those information to you. I don't know where you got it from. Those are like ages. Yeah. All right. I really want to appreciate all of you for being here this afternoon, where you could easily take a nap, but you have chose to invest your time here in this webinar. And I hope we will be able to have a fruitful evening, afternoon together. Now, King Wai has made my job very easy. He has given all the ground rules. Now, I also want to know who do I have in the room, right? Now, he mentioned, I don't know whether you, yes, he did mention about, that you rename and put your proper name there. We don't want to see like iGalaxy, attached to your face. Now, what I want you to do, if you are below 19 years old, all right, you are called Monday. If you're in your 20 to 29 years old, you are Tuesday. 30 to 39, Wednesday. 40 to 49, Thursday, and so forth and so forth. So if you are 70 to 79, you are Sunday. All right. So what I want you to do next to your name is to indicate whether you are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Or maybe we have, a spillover of Sunday, those in the 80s. So if you could very quickly rename yourself, just let me have a sense who I have in the room. What age group am I dealing with? If you want to be even so specific, you can even indicate I am Thursday morning, Thursday noon, Thursday evening. All right. Okay. Well, King, why you Thursday already? Why you so baby face?
Moisturize, moisturize.
Moisturize, wow, must be what the K-pop influence, Okay, so we have lots of anyone do not know how to rename? Yeah, you just mouse over. If you have your camera on, you mouse over your picture, or even if you don't have, like, you mouse over your name, you will see 3 dots. Then you will see a word rename. Otherwise, another option, if you click on participants, you mouse over your name again. At the end of your name, you will see options for rename. Okay, so there's so far lots of Thursday. The rest, okay, we have Monday. Oh, we have teenager. That's good. It's good that you are here. Yeah, you have this information early in your life. It will save you lots of unnecessary pain. There are many who don't know how to rename, or you are not there. You are just having your physical presence here. 60 and over is what? 60 Saturday? Okay. Okay. So you all keep renaming while I just move on very quickly with what I have. So this is what we are going to talk about. As much as I can, I would want to attend to your needs. So later on, I will ask you for your expectation. But if you know this is really a very wide topic, just to do to teach on family counseling, it take me 1 semester. All right. And then abnormal psychology, yeah, when we talk about mental illness, it's also another semester. So can you imagine, yeah, the challenge of compacting everything in this half a day? Now this is what I always observe. If I tell you, you will forget one. If I show you all the nice slides, you may remember a little bit of the picture lah. But if I involve you, you will surely understand. Yeah. So what is going to happen in my session? I like to have a lot of interaction. Right, so the more you interact with me, the more shocked I am. The more shocked I am, the more I tell you information. I share with you stories. Yeah. So right now it's very challenging because even if you laugh, I cannot hear. It's like I'm just talking to the screen. Yeah. So if you have your camera on, probably I can still take a sneak peek of some of your faces, over my screen. But otherwise, so try to interact. Meaning, if you like something that I said, or if you have any question that you want to ask, feel free throughout the session, put it in the chat. All right. So if you cannot wait but you want to share, feel free to raise your hand, which King Wai has introduced. Yeah, the digital hand. Once you raise your hand, we know, and then we will call you up. But feel free to really ask questions, because there's no stupid question. Yeah, it's because you want to learn. That's why you ask question. And just so that you know, many people want to ask, but they dare not ask. So you are really doing many people a favor by you asking question. All right. Now, because I would want all of us to participate 100%. Yeah, this is a graveyard hour, right? For a seminar, for a talk, and you all had just had your lunch, all your body oxygen goes to your stomach to digest your food. Right? So it's very challenging for the brain. All the more you need to be active. All right, 100% participation. Now, in the event, if your friend shares their story, shares their life experiences, I would really hope we can respect them and then keep it confidential within this Zoom room. Right. So if you want to share about their story outside of this Zoom room, what you want to share is about, where you hear somebody, you just use somebody, you don't have to mention name because the Christian circle very small. Yeah, somebody share about their depression journey. It reminds me of, right? So you have to turn back to yourself, talk about your experience. Otherwise, it become gossip, right? How you have been impacted or how you have been touched by somebody's story. Yeah. So let's just respect, because I really want this space, right, to be a safe space for all of us to be open and be vulnerable. Yeah. So this is what what King Wai has done. So let's see. First activity. Now, what are the challenge for us as a facilitator or presenter is to really know what's you expect. All right. so that we can meet your needs. So let's see if you can very quickly type or come to the mic and tell us what do you want to learn from today's session. Yeah, the fact that you choose to invest like 3-4 hours here, at the end of the day, what do you want to take away? All right, so if you have your computer on, all right, so feel free to type on the chat. I'll give you some time, because it's really important to know what you want, so that then throughout the presentation you look for what you want. Yeah, so that at least if you forget everything, at least you capture one learning, the learning that you look for the answer. All right, so if you could quickly type, what do you want to learn from today's session? Okay, Aaron says how to help guide someone who is struggling mentally. Yep, that's good. Give a write to everyone. All right, don't have to write to me directly. Ivy want to learn to play more active role in children's mental health. Okay, awesome, good. Understand the mental impact on children and how parents can be sensitive over it. All right. How do you know the person is going through depression to the degree of suicidal? Okay. Now, in the event, if you notice that you don't really get the answer, yeah, feel free to ask again. Yeah, at the end of the session. Okay. Anyone else? So only got 5-6 people wants to learn. The rest? Whatever will be, will be. More understanding towards my kindergarten children. Yes, yes. The fact that you understand and then you stop, whatever that you notice, which is a yellow flag or red flag, the more hopeful the person will get. Yeah, because we get them help at the early stage. Understand past trauma, how it could have affected me. Yes. How to identify emotional stress. How do I avoid my children from mental emotional issues? Okay, probably again, a lot of time is ignorant, right? It's a choice of words we use. It's hard to avoid lah, basically. Yeah, it's when we are faced with it, we face it. All right. You can do all the prevention that you want, things will still happen. Yeah. So it's still better to give them skills on how to manage, yeah, their own emotional turbulence. Okay, to be more informed at what age children show mental issues. Okay, let me just ask the crowd. At what age do children show mental issue? Can you type? Can you make a guess? At what age do children show mental issues? Age 3. Wow. That means from kindergarten you could already notice, or nursery. How to train our mind to be strong? Well, so Cheng Chiong, all these are good session for subsequent emotional webinar already. Emotional health webinar. There's so much you all want to learn. I'm so proud of all of you. Yeah, but whether I can meet all your needs, so you all please grab the opportunity to ask as much question if I did not understand. Yeah, so keep it coming while I move forward. Now, this is what I will be touching on first. What is healthy family? What is mental health? And then once you know what is a normal, what is mental health, you will kind of sense what is the problem lah. So we've tried to, again, the choice of words, not to use mental illness because it gives a very negative connotation. So if we start off with mental health problem, and if we could identify the mental health problem, which is the sign and symptoms, we can prevent them from escalating into mental disorder. All right, that's where the psychiatrist has to come in already. Yeah. So for Wendy, equip myself to help people with depression. Just depression topic itself can be a 3-hour thing. Yeah. So today is really a touch and go thing. Yeah. And what you can do lah. Okay. Now I want you to look at this comic. When we break a bone, wow, we are so proud. Can you sign my cards? Okay, then the second one, when we get a bad cut, so pitiful. Can you check out my 12 stitches? Then when you get the flu, wow, everything on Instagram lah, you post it out. Yeah, I just threw up all over everything I own. You know, I need an old priest and a young priest, yeah, to get the likes. But then when you struggle with mental health issue, what does the pictures depict? What can you get from this? Right, is taking medication really a bad thing? Okay, we will address that later. So what do you think? What can you take away from this comic strip when it comes to mental health? When you struggle with mental health, what is happening here in this picture? They don't know how to respond, as in the person having it or the person that is in front of the one with mental health. It's not easily spotted, well said. And you know why not easily spotted? Because we don't want to say. And why don't we want to say anything if you are in pain? Where else, when you have stitches, when you have a broken arm, stigma. What is this stigma thing? What is this stigma? It's a mental wound. Some people may not be aware. So true, because our society, we did not go to school to learn about mental health. Yeah, all we learn is about sejarah, you know, all this geography, math, science, but we don't learn about mental health. So therefore, we can be very ignorant about it. Yeah, especially those in the probably baby boomers generation. Yeah, that means those who are in their 50s, 60s. Yeah, those who are in the 40s, maybe they know, but they are in limbo lah. Sometimes they could be in denial, hoping that we will get out of that situation or that condition. Yes, yeah, we don't know we are in pain. So therefore, what we do, when we don't know that we are in pain, what do? We do whatever we know lah to get rid of the pain, which is, example, we do drug, we drink alcohol, just to numb that pain. Okay, so trend and technology may change, but from the Stone Age to the Internet age, two aspects of life remain constant. Family can be a source of great joy and sorrow, and parenthood is a challenge. Yeah. So whether we like it or not, whether we am I breaking up a lot? Whether we like it or not, yeah, family either make us or break us. Yeah. And you know, one of the symptoms that your children says, you know, I can't wait to get out of the house. When I study overseas, I don't want to come back anymore. You know, this could be one of the signs that they have been unhappy. Yeah. And becoming a parent is even more challenging nowadays, when children have so much information from the net, and then you parents are so busy, not enough time to guide them. Yeah. So we don't know what they are getting, what is influencing them. So it's very, very challenging nowadays to be parents. Yeah. And families are the key determinant of whether children with mental illness will receive services. So if we are ignorant, of course, we don't detect it in our children. But when we are able to detect it, the chances of recovery, if we have a parents who are concerned, who, you know, do whatever it takes to help them, the recovery is very high. Yeah. So the extent of family engagement affects children's outcome. And these are all based on studies. They have already got research showing. Yeah, that could be one. Of course, don't want to return from overseas study. Is it a sign that you are unhappy at home? It could be one of the red flag. The other one, of course, is to pursue their career. All right. So you really need to know your children, and you yourself would know the environment they grew up with. Yeah. Now, this is something that, you know, unfortunately we have kind of like lost a generation because we have outsourced discipleship to children church, yeah, to children's teacher, yeah, when they only see the children once a week. But family should be the one that is discipling them. If you look at Deuteronomy 6, yeah, this word which I'm commanding you today shall be written on your heart and mind. So parents start first, so that they can teach. They shall teach them diligently to your children, and then impressing God's precept on their minds and penetrating their hearts with His truth. And remember, the truth shall set you free. So we need to have His truth, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk on the road, and when you lie down, and when you get up. So in short, everything you do, you know, God has to come first. You have to be very, very conscious of God's presence. And you shall bind them as a sign on your hand, your forearm, and they shall be used as band fronted on your forehead. You shall write them on the doorposts, on your house. So everywhere you see, at home, yeah, or externally and even internally in your heart, in your mind, it's all God's truth. Yeah, the presence of God. So when we have God's consciousness, that's where, you know, we can prevent ourselves from unnecessary distress. So that's the basis, yeah, why family is so important. Yeah. So what do you think are the traits of a healthy family? Can you all type on the chat? What do you think are the traits of healthy family? Open communication, doing things together. Until what age? If your children is 40 years old, 50 years old, good communication, respect, open sharing. Yeah, so for Chinese, what I noticed with my clients, we share a lot of things, but we only share the good thing. We normally don't share the negative thing. Yeah, and we always try to make our children feels everything is in control, everything is okay for parents. Yeah, I wonder why. Even though you struggle, you have financial issue, you will still tell your children it's okay, you know, mommy, daddy can handle it. Is that open communication? Is that healthy? Active listening and not being too judgmental, all right? Pray together regularly. Yes. What do y'all think? Any thoughts so far? Anyone wants to come to the mic and respond? How was your experience so far becoming a parent or being as a children? So young, why label children with too much problems? Can children take all the stresses of an adult? So what context are you referring to, Senki? I will share whatever I face every day, good or bad. I will share. Okay. Who do you share with? Your wife or your children? Handing? Your children, good or bad? Okay. Then, is it age appropriate information? Sometimes parents share too much. The children become their parents. Yeah, we had this phenomena called parentified child. Right, so we also got to be very, very mindful so that we don't overburden our children. But we also don't want to let them sense that everything is okay, and therefore they just splash your money. Yeah, they just spend, you know, simply spend. Yeah, so needs wisdom in sharing. Yes. Yeah, share depending on their understanding, definitely. Yeah. Family devotion is when we can share. Good. Hopefully when you all had family devotion, it comes down to very practical thing rather than, you know, very spiritual. Sometimes we are overly spiritual that they don't feel God. Yeah, they just know God, but they don't really know. They know about God, but they really don't know God. Yeah. So these are some of the traits. Yeah. So in a family, there's a lot of affirmation. All right. There's a lot of trust, commitment. Yeah. No matter how we argue, we are still husband and wife. We don't simply use the word divorce. Yeah. Um, we give each other time. We make time. Yeah. For children, love is time. Yeah. Those are the very practical thing for kids. Definitely, even the scripture say love, joy, hope. Yeah. The greatest of these is love. So love should undergird all our action. Yeah. A lot of time parents, they are very concerned of their kids. They want to do so much, provide so much for their children. It's not out of love, it's out of fear. Yeah. The intention is very different, out of fear or out of love. Yeah. Same thing with discipline. Sometimes we beat our children in the name of discipline, but we are beating them out of our own anger. Yeah. And your children can sense one whether their crime justify the punishment. Yeah. So that's where internally they build resentment. And then over time, they cut you out. They are not going to tell you anything. Then you wonder why they are so distant from you. Right. So if you look at all this, we solve problem together, we talk together. Yeah, we respect one another. Yeah. Right. So this is just in a nutshell. Trait of yeah. So when I after 20 years involving in this field, whole family approach is still my preference, because no point helping the child or helping the teens, and then and because I only see them once a week, the rest of the time they are going back to the home. If the family environment is still the same, the recovery is very slow. Yeah, if not, it will backlash. It's like, what's the point? What's the point? Yeah, to them it's like, as much as I only change, my parents don't change. It's really like no point one. Yeah. So in the end, they decided to cut off from the family, and then they just go on their own journey. Yeah. So after a while, I would really invite the family, the parents, to just come in. Yeah. So one of the entry road, this is a accidental discovery, because when I was at Help University, we start up a career counseling center. All right, it's career guidance and counseling center. So I do a lot of career tests. Those who don't know what to do after Form 5, so they come in and do a career assessment, and then I will review the result. And that's where I noticed that, hey, it's so easy to get the whole family together, yeah, on the child's issues, especially child's future. Yeah. And then from interpreting their result, from telling them their result, because all those assessment is very telling one. Yeah, if you answer it honestly, we can see there are some mental health issue. Yeah. And you can also see how they relate to each other during the feedback time. Yeah, because I put the family together, listening to what I have to say about the test result to the teenagers. Yeah, so that's where I'm able to invite the family to come in for family counseling. Yeah, so that is very accidental, because if you talk about Malaysia, how many of you have heard of there's family counseling in this country? Or how many of you have gone for family counseling together besides church? Right? Even like support group, it's very hard to form a support group in this country. I think it's because Asian, we are very shy. A lot of stigma. Focus on the family. Okay, what do you do in focus? More on couple counseling. Yeah, so you know about it in focus, but even that also is very challenging for focus, because yes, they have a lot of psychoeducation material to help families, to help couples. So theirs is a lot of time is prevention. So when there is already a conflict, in terms of intervention, I still do get referral. If not, their client will still come over, right, and get a more in-depth assistance. Yeah. Right. So so in our country, it's really not easy to assess mental health profession. Yeah, that's why in one of the research, it's not about us not wanting to go for help. It's more of we don't know where to look for help, and the only place we know is the psychiatrist. Yeah, go to the hospital, see a psychiatry, which actually your situation, your condition does not warrant for psychiatry yet. You don't have to eat medicine yet. Yeah. So what actually is mental health? Now, any questions so far? Anyone wants to respond or give feedback at this juncture? Okay. Yeah, so private yes, is not cheap. All right, and it's not about 1 or 2 sessions, right? How much would you invest in a counseling session? If you have to pay a professional, yeah, how much would you invest that is you think is value for money? Or how much do you know right now? What's the market rate? 350. 350 is very normal, but you know the Lembaga counselor, they have kind of like have a minimum of 250. So if you are a fresh grad, you can charge 250. So if you are getting 200 or 150 per hour, you are really getting a very good rate. Yeah. Right. And when I do counseling, I will tell them upfront, I don't do magic. So it's not 1 hour your problem solved. It is a process. All right. How long do you think the process lasts? How many sessions at least? Any guess? You know what? You can just listen. No need to write too much note because I will release the slides. I have no issue releasing the information. Just be involved. 8 sessions, 6 sessions, 12 sessions. Okay. A year. So imagine a year, and then 1 year, how many weeks? 56. And okay lah, you don't go every week lah. You do twice a month. Twice a month, 200 lah, easy calculation per session. So how much would that be? 200 times 24. How much? $200 times 24, how much? 4,008. Oh, so cheap. Is it cheap? So 200 is you're really getting a fresh graduate rate, let's say. If you are talking about 20 years experience. Yeah, so just now the highest I saw was what? 400. Okay, 400 times 224. How much? 9,006. Okay, are you willing to invest 10,000 for your mental health? Put up your hand if you are willing to, or put yes. Anytime. Is 10,000 too much? Whether you have money, no money also that you must spend the money. Can you imagine? We are willing, even though we don't have money, we will still go for the lawsuit. Yeah, no money also want to divorce. Because even if you go on single petition divorce, easily 10K one. I'm not sure you are aware or not. Suddenly got money, for divorce got money. Come in for mental health to restore their relationship. Wow, so pocket pain. Yeah. Okay. In our vocabulary, there's no such thing as cure one. It is treatable, but we don't say there is a cure. So what we are doing is to help you to manage, help you to regulate. And it really depends on what issue you come with. So those 6 to 12 sessions, these are really everyday issues. Yeah, everyday issue, like for teenager, you got boyfriend, girlfriend problem. So all this very manageable one. What else? Your marital conflict. Marital issue depends on whether you are first year of marriage, 5th year of marriage, or 20 years of marriage. So different intensity. Yeah. So when I do marriage counseling, I will tell them you need to give me minimum 6 months. Minimum 6 months, because we have got like a protocol on what to focus first, and then what's next, and then once we see what we need to see, the couple can graduate. Yeah. Okay, so look for volunteer. That's right. So if I forget to tell you, probably if you are on the email list, there is this, during COVID, me and my team, we have started off this Emmanuel online chat, where it is consists of volunteers, Christian volunteers, who will be willing to see people with mental health issue for free. Yeah, either via Zoom or make appointment. But they are all interns. All right. In a way, you help them learn, yeah, and then at the same time you get your help, right? So it's a win-win thing. A kindy teacher makes 1.8 per annum. Yes. but the but the thing is, you don't pay at one shot. You see, you pay as you go. All right. Yeah, so that is the tricky part in Malaysia. I think one of the role, if those of us who had the call, especially those in their 20s or 30s, or maybe 40s also, if you had the call to be in the government, probably you really want to run for election next year, and then change the policy. Yeah, the go into Ministry of Education. Yeah, in Singapore, in US, they have got insurance to pay for their mental health. Yeah, for us, we don't have. Yeah, yeah. So that's the unfortunate thing. In Australia, their mental health care is very, very good. Yeah, it's the kind of the money that the government is willing to spend. So what is mental health? Yeah. So according to World Health Organization, it's a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to community. Wow, very wordy. So in short, basically, it's a maintenance of successful mental activity. Yeah, you don't have a healthy mind, forget about everything else. Okay, so you need to be able to be productive, continue to have your daily functioning. Yeah, so one of the indicator, if you notice that you have been affected in your daily functioning, like you cannot focus in your job, you cannot focus on your studies, something is not right already. Yeah, and then it has to result in healthy relationship. All right, so it's not always about jealousy, it's not always about anger and conflict. Yeah, and of course ability to adapt, to change, to cope with stresses and adversity. Yeah, so in life it's not about you know happy all the time. Yeah, we do face challenges, and a person with healthy mental health, they are able to cope with those adversity, in fact manage adversity. Yeah, so 6 key to mental health: we must be in relationship, we have social connection, no man is an island. Even God, when he looks at Adam, yeah, it's not good for man to be alone, right? We need to stay active, and of course the lockdown has caused a lot of pressure, being at home. And right now the post CMCO, or yeah, you see a lot of conflict, a lot of divorce happening. um, our reference, it all started from China first, because China is the one that have locked down, and it's from their paper they report that the escalation of domestic violence, divorces, and then we now in Malaysia, we are also experiencing it. Yeah, how do I know? Because I'm also one of the volunteer counselor in Talian Kasih. Yeah, so every day we'll get this kind of call one. All right, domestic violence call. Yeah, people calling for help. So now, for those who need to see counseling, to see counselor, but you have no financial aid, Talian Kasih may be one place you can go to have a chat with professional. Managing stress. Yeah, so stress is good. Too much stress may not be healthy. So what is the level of manageable stress. So you need to know your own body so that you don't stretch yourself to the point of no return. It's like, rubber band. You stretch the rubber band, you need to know when to release so that it can go back to its original shape. So people who have got mental breakdown, they overstretch themselves. Yeah. So those people with high pain tolerance, this is where, that much you can stretch. Yeah. To the point where when they break down, it is like a sudden thing. Yeah, we thought she's a high performer, she do very well. The next thing they know, she jumped down from the building, right? So these are all telltale signs. Yeah, taliang kasi, yes. Brain healthy diet. Anyone want to say anything? Yeah. So your brain, you need to take care of your brain. Yeah, your brain is the hardware, your mind is the software, right? So we really need to have a healthy brain so that we can really have a healthy mind. And to have a healthy mind, our sleep must be quality. Now, what do you mean by quality sleep? Can somebody type or come to the mic? What do you understand by quality sleep? How many of hours of sleep? Deep sleep, restful. So meaning when you wake up, you feel very rested. Have you all had experience when you wake up, you feel more tired? Wow, 10 hours of sleep, such a privilege. 8 hours is enough lah, huh? If you can have 8 hours, enough for our busy lifestyle, will be at least 7 years. Yes, most of us 7. Depend on age. Actually, the older you get, you should sleep more. But the fact is, the older we get, the less we can sleep. Sleep more tired. Exactly. True. That's why people who are depressed, they just want to lie down. They just don't want to do anything. And the more they lie down, the more they have to lie down because they are so tired. So it's hard to get up. Yeah. So they are in this vicious cycle. So people who are depressed, one of the things is to really, force them to get out and do something. They do something, have to get out of the house one. Yeah. Now, how many of you, what do you think of dream? Dream and nightmare. What are your thoughts about that? Are they good or not good, healthy or not healthy? Dreams are tiring. Disturb our rest. So you're talking about nightmares or disturbing dreams. Now, if you have disturbing dreams, there is something in your subconscious that you need to attend to. Yeah. So usually things that we desire, we want to do in our conscious mind, we didn't get to do it. Yeah. It goes into our subconscious, which comes out in our dream. That's one of the indication of dream. Yeah, what we are feeling like happiness, fear, yes, that's why it's a carryover effect to our sleep. And also there will be time you need to know God's voice so that you can recognize, because God also speaks to us through dreams, right? So you need to really not ignore your dream. And if people has got trauma in the past, it will also come out in the form of dream, if not nightmares. That's why, if you suddenly get awakened from your dream or nightmare, that's why it feels more tiring. Yeah. If it's very disturbing, it's distressing, that is something that you need to attend to. You may want to seek professional help or talk to somebody about that. Yeah. Don't ignore it. Yeah. So again, these are telltale sign, red flag or yellow flag for you to attend to before it gets too late. Yeah. Sometimes look forward to dreams. Yeah. Why, Ashley? Why do you look forward to dreams? Got drama. The real life too boring, is it? Not enough drama, so you need to have action in your dream. And if you know how to tap into our subconscious mind, like you have a problem that you cannot resolve, those dream experts or those people who know how to, tap into the power of their mind, by the time they wake up, they get a solution on. And I think this is also very biblical. You just ask the Lord to speak to you at night in your dream, so that in the morning it will come true. Yeah. Because God give us the desire of our heart. Can divulge the dreams? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Now there's a lot of I grew up with a lot of what we call that pantang larang, superstitious about dream. It's like if you dream of something negative, what does that mean? If you dream of something, somebody dies, what does that mean? Or if you dream of wedding, what does that mean? Is it the opposite that will happen? It's going to happen, right? So we need to really rebuild all this lah, all right? So you just need to really not out of fear, but really listening to your internal body, yeah, so that you know what it means, yeah. Yes. So those who buy 4D, have you ever strike? Have you heard of story where people strike? So they will say, "Ayya, one more digit, then I will get number 2 or strike number 1." Always miss 1 or 2 digit. Okay. So again, a healthy life is where we have meaning and purpose. People who are suicidal, they have lost meaning and purpose in living. Yeah. So one of the first thing that I would attend to for people who are suicidal is to help them find meaning again. Yeah. And ultimately, it is introducing them to Jesus, because it's only through God where we find meaning and purpose in living. Yeah. Yeah. So mental health means striking a balance in all aspects of life. Yeah. More so in this generation. Just I think last week I was seeing this couple, 2 children, 3 years old and probably 1 year old, the son 1 year old. And the daughter 3 years old, she's already going to school. So now during lockdown, Zoom class, and then they enroll her in Chinese school and enroll her in piano class. 3 years old. What do you think? What do you think of this? Stress? Stress for who? Parent or children? Wow, so privileged, the child so young can learn so many things. Any of you jealous? Do you want to have her parents? Child abuse. Yeah. So children has lost their childhood, I notice nowadays. Yeah. In my time, yes, got tuition, but it's not like a trend, it's not like everyone will have tuition. Then later on, the millennials, everyone seems to go tuition one. No life one, no? Yeah, parents very kiasu. So do you think it's a parent issue or the child issue if the children has got problem later on? Yeah, not able to enjoy childhood. Yes. Yeah. So again, a lot of self-assessments has to happen. Yeah, because if you are talking about impact on children, before you look at your child, take a mirror and look at yourself first. Yeah. What have I done that my child is like this today? Yeah. We want to do some self-evaluation, not so much of to blame yourself, but to see, what can be done differently. Because until we are aware, the child will be in the same environment and the recovery for the child is slower. All right. But then if we change together, yeah, we help the child at the same time, we also do parenting differently, it will be very, very different. Yeah. How is society an issue? In what way society cause all the stresses, the kiasu parents? What do you mean by society? Yeah. All right. So finding balance is really a learning process. Eventually, it's really to ignore what the society says. Yeah. The society will tell you, especially Chinese, Have you, Chinese New Year will be very stressful, right? Those who are not married. When are you getting married? 30, still not married. Every year during Chinese New Year, stress, right? 39, still not married. Yeah. And then, oh, down the year, you met this guy, you know lah, it's not the best, but because of the pressure, you just accept lah, whatever guy that come your way. Then you're pressured into marriage. Then if thing goes wrong in your marriage, is it society's problem? Because society says must get married. If you're not married, you're not complete. Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes we are very innocent. Our Chinese culture, we pressure the singles, and therefore going back hometown is not a pleasant thing. Yeah, especially for those who cannot accept their singlehood. All right. And even if you are married lah, childless couple also a lot of pressure on them. When are you going to give birth? When are you going to have a child? And then if you have a daughter, when are you going to have another one? Or son or daughter, doesn't matter lah. When are you going to have another one? So forever got pressure on. Yeah. Okay. So are we going to blame society throughout? So if you are blaming society, who is in control of your life? If you really think about it. Yeah, and then we always, this generation, the young generation, we always felt that they always felt they are entitled, the entitled generation, as if the parents owe it to them. Yeah, who do you think is in control of their life then? Yeah, so we need to stop imposing marital and parental standard upon others. Yeah, but it's really the society thing. So rather than changing society, which is like, you know, a big mountain there, might as well we learn how to help the individual accept this is our culture, and then learn to shield themselves from all this unnecessary stress. Yeah. So it's finding a balancing act. Do you think this is a healthy picture? This is a modern mom. I think modern dad also. Yeah, and to be able to juggle so many things is definitely a learning process. And we think that we are getting better and better, only to know we strain ourselves, our body so much. Yeah. And then at certain age, your body cannot take it anymore. That's where you break down. Yeah. Yeah. God must take own control of our life with God's help. We must take control. Yes. Yeah. So it is our responsibility to take control of our life. Can the team let me know when's the break time? You just send me messages, put there, so that I know when to stop. Otherwise, I will keep going. Yeah. So your personal balance will be unique, and your challenge will be to stay mentally healthy by keeping this balance. Yeah. So when we're talking about balance, this kind of balance is not what you want, really. Yeah. Because once the ball roll, you are gone. Everything topple. Yeah. So people who have OCD, obsessive compulsive behavior, they are so obsessed. They are so, things must be done their way. It's because when things are not done their way, when there's surprises, last minute thing, they will tumble on. All right. So all this year they are trying to hold, everything to be this image or this condition, so that they are in control. Yeah. So then if we don't understand their situation, then we will, we pick a fight with them. Yeah. But still they will never change on, because that's how they know how to do life. Yeah. But it is a condition by itself. Yeah. So release our burden to God is easy. Yeah. But how? Everyone knows this scripture, what? God said, give it to him. His burden is light. Yeah, but why are we still holding on to so many? Like pastor, especially the rural pastor, so many burnout. Yeah, our pastor is really overworked and underpaid. Yeah, not sure if you are aware of that or not. And also, if you Google pastor and suicide, In the West, so many. Like they don't know about God's word. What is going on here? If suicide can happen to believers, what more the non-believers? Yeah. So just know that your personal balance will be very unique, and your challenge will to be mentally healthy by keeping that balance is you knowing yourself, you knowing your own body, you knowing what you need, you knowing what you want, and you knowing God's destiny for you, not your parents' destiny for you. Yeah. Again, this is another unfortunate thing. Yeah, because what parents cannot get from when they are younger, they thought when they have a child, they will fulfill unconsciously, yeah, fulfilling their dream on their children. So they will provide everything lah for the child to become a doctor, because when I was growing up, I wanted to, but my parents got no means, right? So unconsciously we impose our dream on our children, right? So we really need to let go, yeah, and step back and see how it is. Yeah. If your children wants to be a professional doctor, lawyer, engineer, naturally no issue. But it is a challenge when your children wants to be YouTuber, professional gamer, hairstylist, modeling. Are you okay with that? Can ah? Can you accept? How do you know God's destiny for you? What does God want me to do? I don't know whether Senki, you are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What category are you? The challenge is children aspire for a very high level. Okay, would you want to elaborate more, Ivy? Feel free to, I think you can unmute yourself, you all can talk. Need to pray more. If just by praying can get all the answer will be good. Yeah, the thing is a lot of people pray, still no answer. That's where they get discouraged. Yeah, so praying is good, but it's not the only thing that you do. Yeah, how to help teenagers who have been emotionally and verbally abused by unhappy parents since early childhood. Exactly. Yeah, so the impact is since young. Sometimes even from the mother's womb, when they accidentally have this baby, you know now how young people, they have free sex or they have premarital sex, and then they get pregnant. Yeah, they get pregnant unconsciously, accidentally. Okay. All right, so we want to be very mindful of the stress level. Now, one of the things that you need to know, your body talk to you. So if you are experiencing headache, like eczema, frequent infection, arthritis, right? So this is where your body is overstressed already. Yeah. Of course, if you have pimples when you are teenagers, then we know it's the hormonal thing, right? It's a developmental thing. But if you're in your 50s and you are still very pimplish, a lot of pimples in your face, you know it's stress already. Yeah, because it's not age appropriate. Yeah. Yeah. So mind, a lot of worry, your mind cannot stop thinking one. See nightmares here, impaired decision, cannot decide. Yeah. And then accident prone, loss of appetite, loss of sex drive. Yeah, so sometimes if you are a couple, your sexual life has been affected. One of the indication, provided the person is not getting their fix outside, not getting fulfillment outside, not having a third party lah, in other words. So let's say you discover, how come lately my spouse doesn't want to have sex with me? Yeah, that could also be a sign of depression. Yeah. All right. So any shift in behavior, you would know your partner best. Yeah, you would know your partner best. So anything that is different, whether it's sleeping habit or eating habit, yeah. So these are all that you can be mindful of. Yeah, loss of confidence, fussy, irritability, depression, yeah, don't care attitude. Yeah, right. So a little bit of stress is good. Right. So those in the mid, the one on the yellow one, those are healthy, yeah, green to light green to yellow. If you are under stress, that's where you get inactive, you get bored. Yeah. But if you're overstressed for a long period of time, you get fatigue, exhaustion to a point of breakdown and burnout. Yeah. So if you are very easily irritable, you know you have high stress already. Now, if it's a prolonged stress, it's even worse because when we are stressed, our body release this stress hormone, the cortisol, yeah, which actually help us to function, but then only for a short period of time. So if your stress never end, that's where it affects the body and all the chronic illnesses like high blood pressure, heart attack is due to stress for a long period of time. Yeah, so these are already scientifically proven where all these diseases, yeah, chronic diseases has got linked to psychological stress. Yeah. So if you want to live long, you want to be healthy, you don't want all these sicknesses in your life, yeah, you really need to take care of your body. And to take care of your body is to listen to your body, take care of your mind. Yeah. All right. So if it's green, this is a healthy, yeah, you are good, you're well, yeah, continue to do what you do good because you're at the optimum level. If you're at the yellow, yeah, so these are yellow flag, you're kind of like distressed, anxious. Yeah. So if things doesn't get better, you go to the orange stage, yeah, which is more severe, which is persistent, which may impact your personality. Yeah, you become like, from maybe very moody to become really like depressed, where you never in a day had good moment. Yeah, because sometimes when we feel lousy is only certain time of the day, and of course red is where you need to see the psychiatrist already or the professional. Yeah. Yeah. So again, here these are some of the symptoms which when you get the slide you can analyze more for yourself. Yeah, it's the same but performed in list out in different words. If you look at the orange one, anxiety, anger, pervasive sadness, hopelessness, yeah, restless, disturbed sleep, fatigue, decreased performance, presentism. Do you know what is presentism? Yeah. Presentism costs a company more loss than absenteeism. Yeah. Absenteeism means you are so sick that you have to go on MC, you are absent from work. Presentism, you are sick but not sick enough. You are at the office but you're not performing. All right. And then if you stay longer at the office, you claim overtime. Yeah. So presentism right now is quite rampant. Yeah, because we ignore our mental health. A lot of us we have issues at home and then we carry over to our office and we cannot focus on our office. Yeah. All right. So anything on the red color is definitely, yeah, need to see doctor already. Any questions so far? Still around, still awake? All right. So if you look at that, if you're healthy and reactive, you can do some self-care and some social support. You can go to the bookstore and look for self-help book. Yeah, it's when you go for self-help book or you go to your friend and you still feel lousy, that's where you need professional care. Right? You may start with talking to your pastor first, yeah, who are trained in counseling, and otherwise lay counselors or juniors. So depends on your financial ability as well. Yeah. So in other words, in a nutshell, normal function and equilibrium is usually maintained between cognition, affect, and cognition. Right. So we need to have a balance between our mind, our heart, which is our affect, and our behavior. Eh? Cannot unmute. Probably from the setting. Okay, so what are some of the language? Some of the language for affect is like to feel, feeling, emotion, aesthetics. Yeah. And then cognition. Okay. Somebody talking. Thinking, thoughts, knowing, and of course the cognition is the behavior. Can the host unmute everyone and then let themselves mute themselves? Oh, I think it's in your setting. Then you have put the setting where only the host can unmute. Okay, so to act, feeling, ethics, doing. Now, just now we talk about somebody put there praying. Yeah, praying is only meeting one aspect of the need. Which one do you think? When we pray, what is being attended to? Is it the heart, the mind, or the behavior, the cognition? When we pray. Okay, thank you. The heart and mind. Yeah, the mind. That's right. Yeah. So if you pray for something that you want, and then if you desperately want it, you will be so convicted in your heart to do something about it. All right. So it has to be all rounded. We crystallize our thought when we pray. All right. So therefore, for you, we act first. The act is pray. So as we act through our prayer, we get a clearance in our mind. Get more clearance in our mind. And then if you are not convicted of what your mind say, then maybe nothing happen, or maybe the choice is to ignore it. Yeah. So these three must come together. So then what is mental illness? Is when there is disturbance in any of these aspect. All right, whether it's biological, psychological, sociological dysfunction in a person. All right, so we can be disturbed in our heart. That's where you felt you are depressed, you are anxious. So these are the effect. Yeah. Or your mind, very negative thinking one. Yeah, you want to harm yourself, want to harm others, very resentful. Yeah. And then not motivated to do anything. One of the indicator for people who are suicidal, yeah, they feel very hopeless on. There's no point in living. They're not motivated to do anything. Yeah. All right. So a mental illness, a mental health condition that has a negative effect on the way an individual thinks, feels, and behave. So then for you, all you need to do is to notice, yeah, their thinking, their behavior, their feeling. It is definitely a mental illness, a mental condition. All right. For suicide, suicide. Oh, suicide bomber. Those are definitely they have been brainwashed. In that sense, they also are motivated because for them to be a jihadist, they go straight to heaven one. Yeah. So if they are very religious, they are very, very radical. Yeah. So to them, they are doing God a favor by killing all those people who are infidel. Yeah. But then from our point of view, the non-spiritual point of view, the non-religious rather than spiritual point of view, we think they have mental illness. But actually, they have been brainwashed. It's just like Hitler's day. Yeah, there's so many followers. All right. So worrying is normal, but feeling very sad, hopeless, wordless, especially for a long period of time, is a sign of mental health problem. So we want to start with the problem first. Now, let me ask you, if there's a change in eating habit or there's a change in sleeping pattern, how long do you think you can stand not sleeping or not eating before you decide that maybe I've got some problem, mental health problem? How long can you stand not sleeping well? What do you think? 1 week of not sleeping. Wow. You have very strong tolerance. 3 days. Yes. 3 days is like, the 4th day you should collapse on, or the night of the 3rd day. 2 nights. Yeah. So those people who have got insomnia, do you know how long they haven't been sleeping? Or is there any one of you here who have got insomnia? Months. All right. The months can be 48 months, 2 years, 3 years. Some people 20 years. Yeah. So it become like they thought it's normal. It become like a normal. If you are working, how do you sleep during the day? Yeah, maybe they nap lah. They do some cat nap here and there. But it's not healthy. It's when we sleep, our body heal itself. Dreams are good. Although it's restless, it makes you very tired. But again, these are information for you to attend to some issues that is unfinished. So therefore, you need to have enough hours to sleep so that you will have time to dream, so that you get that message. Excuse me. Hardly had 2 nights of good sleep. 2 nights is very normal, without good sleep. Or what do you mean by good sleep? 2 days not sleeping? Yeah. So healthy mental health also talks about emotional wellness. Yeah. A lot of us, we feel that our heart is at around our chest area, but the heart is just an organ to pump blood. Yeah. So what emotion are you feeling? That signal comes from the brain. 2 hours max per night. Wow. Yeah. Now 2 hours is one sleep cycle. So some people, although they have only 2 hours, when they wake up, they feel very fresh. But we know not enough. Yeah. In a night, we have at least 4 cycles. That means each cycle 2 hours, right? So usually at the end of one cycle, that's where you wake up and go to the toilet. Yeah. Then you come back, you can sleep back. Sleep through again. Yeah. And have you had experience where in the middle of the night you wake up, you dream? Yeah. But then when you wake up in the morning, you forgot your dream one, but you knew you dream. All right. So most of us, we can remember our dream because our dream is at the last cycle, the 4th cycle. That's why we can remember. So if in the middle of night you wake up, you happen to go to toilet and you have just woke up from the dream, you quickly write it down. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exhausted after dreaming because your subconscious mind is working. Yeah. So if you just study and study, that's your conscious mind is very tired. What more if you are dreaming? Your subconscious mind is at work. It's very, very tiring. So when I deal with trauma work, all right, when I do trauma healing, I work a lot with their subconscious mind. Yeah. So I bring them back to childhood. I bring them back to the past. Yeah. So it feels like, the session is like very calm and non-dramatic, but the person is very, very tired on. Yeah, because it's very, very intense for the mind. Yeah. So an emotional wellness person have a positive attitude, high self-esteem, a strong sense of self, and ability to recognize and share a wide range of feelings with others in constructive way. Okay, record dream for what purpose? There's always a message. You can pray to the Lord, ask God to tell you lah. God, that this dream has a message for me. If it don't have lah. Okay. But what if it has? Yeah, you can also talk to a third person, like a pastor. Maybe they have got word of knowledge about it. But otherwise, you can pray about it. Yeah. A lot of time also, deep down in us, we know we should do certain things, but we don't do it. Yeah. We know we should do it, but we don't do it. And somehow, our subconscious will speak to us, or the Holy Spirit will prompt us, and therefore it comes out in our dream. Yeah. So what I'm saying, you just have to take note of it, but not all dream may have got a message, but what if it has, right? So we don't want to ignore that. And if you can really record your dream, you can see over time, you can see the pattern. Yeah. Some of our dream got part 1, part 2, part 3, right? Now, if you want to, I don't know how you feel about emotion. Do you like sad feelings? Do you like to feel anxious? Do you like to feel angry? Yeah. How many of you have watched Inside Out? I would highly recommend that you watch the full thing, but I just want to just show a little bit here. Yeah. If you have watched, you watch again.
Anxiety and depression causes pain for people all over the world. In this scene from Inside Out, we get a very clear example of how people can get stuck avoiding their emotions and start to experience things such as intense anxiety or deep depression. The film Inside Out depicts a young girl struggling with a traumatic experience of moving home. This movie very accurately describes why people get anxious in this world and why we need to allow to upset and uncomfortable even in public sometimes. In a scene from Inside Out, Riley has a situation where she is called on to talk about her life. She feels okay remembering her old feelings until she reaches the point where she realizes that her happy life that she knows of is gone. In that moment, she needs to embrace sadness to help cleanse that moment, but instead, because of happiness struggling with sadness, she gets caught in place where those feelings remain unresolved.
We used to play tag and stuff.
Cool Kids whispering at 3 o'clock.
No.
Did you see that? Look!
no.
They're judging us!
Somebody help me!
Joy, no! That's a core memory!
Stop it! Let
Wait!
it go!
It is never nice to have to cry and it's the uncomfortable feeling of being emotional and upset in public again. Therefore, many people who suffer from anxiety, and particularly social anxiety, find themselves in this kind of trap, trying to avoid those feelings again and again, and so they get anxious. In order to release the panic, the person needs to heal that trauma. They need to feel okay with being themselves, no matter how vulnerable that is. Once we have time to grieve and we feel supported, it is easier to again embrace happy thoughts.
Riley can't be done with me.
Hey, who's ticklish, huh? Here comes the tickle mom.
Over feeling sad quite rapidly once we are allowed to gain a resolution to our pain. Never try to hide your feelings when they surface. They are essential to our well-being to be
You
experienced.
took something that you loved. It's gone. Forever.
Sadness. Don't make him feel worse.
Sorry.
It's all I had left of Riley.
I bet you and Riley had great adventures.
Oh, they were wonderful. Once we flew back. We were best friends.
Yeah, it's sad.
I'm okay now. Come on. The train station is this way.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
Wait, you gotta fix this. Get up there. Sadness. It's up to you.
Me?
Sadness?
I can't, Joy.
Yes, you can. Riley needs you.
Joy finally recognizes that sadness cannot be avoided. Sadness is an essential part of the healing process. Once Joy realizes this, she allows sadness to affect the core memories so that finally Riley can let out her emotions and in doing so start to rebuild who she is and how she feels about things. If we try to be happy all the time and not allow ourselves to get upset ever, then it keeps us trapped. So this is definitely something that we need to do. This flow of emotions will keep us balanced and stop us getting stuck in anxiety or major depression. You are a naturally happy and good person to be around. So don't rob yourself of those moments that you need to cleanse your hurts from the past. If you find yourself still feeling uncomfortable, just remember that it is important to be yourself. Little by little, if you get back to the feeling of feeling good about who you are, then things get easier and easier.
Okay, my Zoom is hang. Now see if you can tell me what did you get from the short clip. You can come to the mic and just share what you get from the short clip. What do you take away? Anyone?
Hi, Pei Li. This is Ivy here. I would like to share.
Yes.
So, Inside Out is one of my favorite movies, and I think the movie really amplifies that all your emotions are actually valid, and we should acknowledge as well as embrace it. You know, it is impossible and unrealistic for someone to be joyful all the time. And really, I think in our children, we also have to recognize that. And when our children show sadness, you know, that is when I think we have to also tell them it's okay to be sad. So I think it's very important, right? Because we all want to appear good, especially for us who are working. You know, we want to show that we are in control, and I'm certainly one of those. But many times I feel that I'm able to be my authentic self, and I also show that with my children as well. So yeah, I think that is very important. And it's good to also talk about real feelings, you know, like for example, when the children are facing troubles, You know, to acknowledge sometimes you really don't have the answer. I'm not the problem solver and I really don't have the answer. Yes, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing. Exactly, very well said. Yes, from first-hand perspective, it's really so important to acknowledge not just our children's emotion, but for us to be able to share, to recognize our children's emotion. First thing first, we must be able to also recognize our own emotion. Yeah, and this is something culturally we are not really trained to recognize our own emotion. Yeah, and this is something we have to really learn over time. Thanks for sharing that, Ivy. Anyone else has got any response? There's a time to feel sad, but should not be sad for too long. What is too long? How long is too long? Anyone? Who wants to try?
Okay, my name is Siu Ling. I think if you know the person well enough, the person is the talkative kind and always want to express himself or herself, you will know it because there's a change, no? Keeping quiet and don't want to talk. That's not him or her. It's very easy to recognize.
Just give me. That's the feedback. You know. Hello.
Yes, Dr. Pei Li. Oh, I think because you are using two devices,
Yeah,
is
because
it?
the other computer is hang. You know what? Why don't we take a break while I
Okay.
take this?
Okay, sure. So everyone, we'll take probably about 15-minute break. I know we actually our break is supposed to be at 3:30, but I think we have a lot of very interesting information. Maybe before we go on our break, I'll just do a quick summary of some of the notes that I took down, which is so much, but I hope it might just give some of you some jog of some of what do you call it, just to remind you of certain things. Firstly, traits of a healthy family obviously is trust, affirmation, love, commitment, communication, solving problems together, and respect. And obviously, what is mental health, which we've discussed a bit. But we do know that counseling is a process, and it is to help you to manage issues. There is no cure. For those who need free counseling, Dr. Pei Li has this Emmanuel chat line. I think she can give you details later. Some 6 keys to mental health, she mentioned: social connection, stay active, managing stress, brain healthy diet, quality sleep, and having meaning and purpose. I like this phrase she mentions: the brain is the hardware and the heart is the software. We should make sure that we know that, because every emotion starts with a thought. So if our mental health is not good, it will affect our emotional wellness as well. She mentioned something: self-evaluation is important, to look at yourself to see if anything you need to deal with because it could affect your child or other people. let's see. And the movie that Dr. Pei Li mentioned is called Inside Out. It's a very good movie. I'm not sure which company did it, but it seems that the concept and the premise of that movie was based on true psychological evidence. And so it'd be very good if you can watch it with your children even. Oh yes, thank you. Pixar was the one that developed that film. And so I found it very good because it does give you, I guess, an entryway to talk about emotions without feeling like you need to, I guess, get too personal too quickly. So I think for Asian communities where we are not used to talking about our emotions, maybe you might want to use this movie to just start the conversation, especially if you notice there is issues in your family or issues with your relatives, especially some of you are aunts and uncles, that might want to just reach out to these young people. So that's some notes that I took down. So right now we will take a break while Dr. Pei Li works out the issue with a computer. And so we'll just play some music for the time being. Oh, Dr. Pei Li, you're back already. Do you want to continue or we take a break?
Actually, we can have those who needs to take a break. You can just go for 10 minutes. Just go for
Okay.
toilet break. Yeah, go and get your cup of tea. Meanwhile, I'll be around to attend to question if you have any.
Okay, so everyone who needs to take a toilet break, please do so. We will come back at about 3:15 to start the second session. So if any of you have any particular questions that you'd like to talk to Dr. Pei Li, please do so. The floor is yours, Dr. Pei Li.
Yeah, thanks, Kim Wai. Can I have the share screen function? Can you put me as co-host again?
Hang on now.
Yep,
Okay.
I made it.
Just now after Ivy shared, there's a second lady who was sharing. I don't know if you're here. Can you share again? Because my computer hanged just I couldn't hear what you want to say. Who is that? Can you remember who's that?
Yeah, Xiu Ling. She's not in. Oh, there she is. Xiu Ling, would
Okay.
you like to repeat your comment that you gave earlier? Because Dr.
Yeah.
Pei couldn't hear you.
Okay, you need to unmute.
Yeah, okay. No, I was just saying, if the person is a talkative person and is always bubbling and has lots to say, you will easily detect something is wrong, or if over a long period the person behave differently. But
Oh,
when the person is a natural, a quiet person, then I think that will be a bit more difficult to detect whether the person is depressed or
okay. Both also very challenging whether they are extroverted or introverted, because people who are extroverted, they hide behind their smile. So we don't notice it, they don't tell us. But of course, when they are depressed, they suddenly become so quiet. That's where we can detect. Okay. So people who are very quiet, of course, naturally is very challenging until they let us know. Yeah. But then if in their normal state, they are already quiet, what you notice, if they use things that they like to do in the past, now they don't like, or there are certain words that come out from their mouth is very morbid, is very depressing. So those will be the signs that we will look at, which afterwards we will talk more about the signs. Yeah. Okay, good question there. But really, mental people with mental health condition, very hard to see one. And even if they tell you they are so happy, they are so bubbly, they tell you they are not happy, sometimes we ourselves, we choose not to believe them. You have no reason not to be happy. You have such a good grade, you have so beautiful, you are so beautiful, you have money, you have parents who love you. Yeah, so people also cannot believe one. Yeah, and that's where we miss the sign. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's true, having an awareness is very important. And I think most of us, sometimes we are just driven by society norms. We don't question, or we don't ask ourselves, why am I behaving a certain way? And I think awareness is definitely one way to face up to certain things. And I think Dr. Pei Li, you mentioned that's quite important, awareness. And from awareness, then we know what we can do. For all the participants who have just joined us, maybe midway earlier on, we want to welcome you. If you are unsure of what were some of the conversations, do not worry, because Dr. Pei Li has very graciously will share the slides, and she also put her email as well. So if there's any questions pertaining to the slides that you are not clear on and everything, I'm sure she would not mind that you just drop her a quick note so she can explain. Of course, if there are any things that you want her to explain even right now, please do unmute yourself and identify yourself and ask your question so that Dr. Pei Li can answer it for you. I think we'll give another 5 minutes for just general open floor questions before we start the second session about 3:20, 25 thereabouts. So please unmute yourself, identify yourself, and ask your question.
That's right. Yeah, you really want to take advantage of this situation, and while I'm here.
Yes, and she's not charging 300 ringgit or 400 ringgit. So please
that's
use.
not even my rate.
Oh,
when
dear.
when
Sorry.
I was at Kinder.
Alamak. I already insulted our guests already. Apologies.
No, not now. Now I'm very cheap. Yeah, when I was with Rikinder, oh, yeah, you wouldn't. Not all can go there one.
Okay. So anybody
Any
with any
pressing
question?
Okay, just a question, just to make to understand better. Is depression an illness? or will you classify it as an illness?
Okay, another good question, right? So I'm going to share a new discovery by Christians. One Christian psychiatrist, the other one is a Christian neuroscientist. The general medical psychiatry profession, they do not like them on, because they debunk all this whatever that we have labeled as mental illness. They debunk there's no such thing as mental illness. Yeah. So as long as we take care of our mind, we take care of our thoughts, things can be resolved. Yeah. So there's really no such thing as chemical imbalance. It's more of like shortage of certain chemical in our brain. Okay. So once we know where our brain is sick, that's where we will use the right so-called, if you want to use medication or you want to use Chinese has got this alternative medicine to restore that part, yeah, which is very fixable according to these two Christian psychiatrists and neuroscientists, which I will share a little bit afterwards. Yeah. So for us, why we end up having mental illness, because we have got what we call distorted conclusion about ourselves. Yeah, if you grow up being labeled as you're stupid, you're good for nothing, Chinese, 生舊叉燒好過生你, those kind of label is very demeaning. Yeah, and if you grow up in that kind of environment, plus your parents always fight, what is there to be happy about on earth, isn't it? So therefore you get into depression. The so-called the society, the environment rob you of a nurturing, healthy life. Yeah, which is the role of parents. But if you are a parent out of accident and you are not ready to be parents, so therefore this child that you gave birth to is like a burden. So you cannot enjoy your children. Yeah. So one thing lead to another. So I'm ruling out genetic. Yes, there is also a situation where it's genetic, but genetic, the metaphor that we always use is like a gun. All right. If all of us has a gun, yeah, we all have a mind, we have the hardware and the software in the brain. Those people with genetic condition, they have got bullet in the gun. Okay. But the gun is not dangerous until somebody press the trigger. Yeah. So if you have got no genetic, even people press the trigger, it is no issue one. Yeah. So the pressing the trigger means you are in a very stressful environment. Yeah. So if you have genetic precondition, yes, and then one without, so same level of stress. So those with predisposition of genetic mental history, they will actually fall out lah.
Dr. Pei Li, there is a question by Josephine who wants to know, how can I help someone who has mental illness, who doesn't know or acknowledge that he or she has this problem?
Okay, I will come to that later on. Yeah, how to start the conversation.
Oh,
with
wonderful.
them.
So if since we are going to go into the skill-based aspect of the talk, we might as well continue soon after. So maybe what I'll just do once again, for those who have just joined us, welcome to this mental health, the impact on children and what parents can do webinar. Our speaker is Dr. Yeo Pei Li, Dean of Counseling Studies at Alpha Omega International College. She is available for questions. So what you can do is unmute yourself when you wish to ask her a question, or type your question in the chat box and she will respond to you. So without much further ado, I pass the time back to Dr. Pei Li.
Yeah. So I think, thanks, Kim Wai. One of the question, or how to identify, am I, can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
we can hear you.
All right. So mental illness, we cannot see until the person tells us, but you can see in themselves, they really don't like themselves. They are dying slowly inside them. It's like every morning when they wake up, still alive. There's kind of an attitude rather than, thank God I'm still alive. But to them, it's like, such a depressing thing to be alive. So can you imagine day in, day out for years? Yeah, so they cannot see positivity in it, and that's why we eventually feels that mental illness, let's say like depression is an illness, is a condition, right? It's just like all other body organ, it's an illness. So we cannot blame the person because it's like a wear and tear thing. Yeah. So our brain is also one of our body organ, and our brain will also have illness. Yeah. So if they will be so negative, they are so suicidal, it is a condition of their brain. Yeah, it's not like they have a choice. It's not like they choose to be in that state. So we really need to be able to differentiate. Yeah. So just now the question by Xiu Ling, we also to us depression we have got two type lah. One is depression, which to us is just sadness. Otherwise, when I say depression, I'm really referring to clinical depression. Yeah, clinical depression is where it is an illness already. Yeah, it is a disorder. Yeah, most of us, we use the word depressed. Oh, I'm depressed, very loosely. Yeah. And then if you feel like everybody secretly hates me, that means you have this suspicion, everyone is trying to attack you. So these are all psychotic condition already, which is really, or sometimes you will ask everyone to off the phone, somebody is trying to tap on us, somebody is trying to listen to us, from the other side of the wall. Yeah, it's not logic one. Yeah, so we cannot just tell them, don't think like that, you stupid, you crazy. It's not as easy as that, because in their world it's real. Yeah. So these are the telltale sign that they need to see a psychiatrist. Yeah. And many of us, we put ourselves in the prison one. Yeah, because there are certain things that we just cannot let go. Yeah. One of the things is unforgiveness. Yeah. So the moment you forgive a person, you just felt that your body loosen up. So it doesn't just happen in the healing room. For Christian, even in my therapy room, the moment my client decide to forgive, yeah, everything seems to be lightened up one. And then we put on masks. That's why it's happy. It's so difficult to see the pain behind their happy face. Yeah. And this is their world. People who are suicidal. Yeah. Why do they want to kill themselves? Because it's an answer to the solution. It's a solution to their answer. It's a solution to their pain. Right. So do you think suicide is a choice? What do y'all think? Do they go heaven if they choose to die by suicide? If you don't know, you put there don't know. If you're not sure, you put there not sure. Just so that I know you are with me. So no, question mark? The question is suicide, where do they go after they die by suicide? Do they go heaven? Do they go hell? Yes, they are safe. But they take their life into their hand.
I think if you are a Christian, you will go to heaven.
So if they believe in Christ, they will be saved. No, they will not go to heaven. Yeah, so we have got very different opinion. Yeah, because we have not come to an agreement yet. Whether is it suicide by choice, is it really a mental condition? Yeah, so it's really not for us to judge. Only God knows. Only if it's really a illness, a condition, usually I think God is also a gracious God lah. Yeah. Yeah, God love is definitely greater than sin. Yeah, because hell is not created for man. Yeah, hell is for the devil, for Satan. Yeah. But then we always kind of like we have this very blanket statement. If you kill yourself, you go to hell. It's a sin to kill yourself. Yeah. So there's something that we really need to think about how we make statement. The other thing is like, for example, masturbation. Is masturbation okay or not okay? What do you learn about masturbation in church? Is it a sin? Is it okay? Not sure. Not spoken about much, yeah. Okay, Pastor, you have a sermon topic already. Talk about sex openly to your congregation. Yeah, so we all learned that it's a sin. Really? How sinful is masturbating? How sinful is it giving pleasure to yourself? The controversy argument, yes. Yeah, and I think these are the topic that we need to be real with, especially the young people nowadays. And these are the answers they need to know rather than, a blanket statement, it's a sin, just don't do it. So if it comes with lust, then it's not healthy. Is that what you're saying, Ashley? As long as it's not excessive, masturbation is okay. Then what is the definition of excessive? Yeah. When you say about addicted to masturbation, how many times a day or a week or a month? People who are a chain smoker, we know, one day maybe one pack. If one pack, there's 24 sticks. So average 1 hour, one stick. What about addiction to masturbation? Guys, you should know. But if I ask the lady to guess, they should guess wrongly one. Overtake your normal life. Then what is normal? You see, we all talk very, very general one. Sensitive question. Yeah. Welcome to to my talk. And usually in my class, I touch on very controversial topic one. In growing up, there are 5 things in Malaysia we don't talk on in public. What are the 5 things? Sex, money, lagi? No. Why relationship cannot talk? Why death cannot talk? Death is definitely taboo, but what about in public? I'm talking about in public. In public, Money, yeah, money. We have sex, money, politics, race, religion. Yeah. So those are things that has been conditioned. All this cannot talk public, otherwise ISA. At that time we don't know about mental illness. Yeah. Yeah. So all these sensitive topic, I think the church is high time that the church back up and try to explore and really talk about it as if it's another topic. Yeah, sex education is really an education. Yeah, we teach them about everything but except sex. So don't blame them if they end up having premarital sex or end up pregnant, because we have not done our part. But of course, it's not the role of a pastor, it's really the role of the parents, yeah, to give their children sex education. Yeah. So this is a general understanding that is a chemical imbalance in the brain. Yeah. If you look at the normal brain and those with condition like ADHD is slightly different when we scan, right? So you can see the color, the blue. Let's say like if you look at a depressed brain, it's very blue one. Blue means it's very inactive. Yeah, whereas the normal brain you have the yellow spot. Yeah, which is a very normal activity. If you look at the bipolar brain, it's very red, so it's highly activated. Yeah, even ADHD, yeah, is very different from the normal brain. So this is just an overall for you to know. If you want to know more, then you have to really study at normal psychology or biological biopsych. Yeah, so mental illness can occur when the brain or part of the brain is not working well or is working in the wrong way. So what the two especially Dr. Daniel Amen. Let me see if I have. Okay, Dr. Daniel Amen, he is a psychiatrist. So what he does is he studied brain. He scanned the brain and he studied brain. So he found out that, you know, one of the injustice that the mental health practitioner has done on the public is that, example, if you have heart pain, you have got blood issues, yeah, there is a lot of tests. You go for x-ray, you go for MRI scan, you know, for your other condition. But when you have mental illness, they don't scan your brain one. What they do is to just, based on what you say, okay, you cannot sleep, you cannot eat, so they do have a checklist, our mental health Bible. So based on the checklist, then they certify, okay, you have this mental condition, which is a great injustice. Yeah, and also because of that, because we didn't really scan the brain to identify which part of the brain is highly activated or not activated at all, the drug that is prescribed sometimes take about 6 months to a year to figure out what really fit the patient. Yeah, some client, when they have a drug that is not matching with their condition, yeah, the side effect will tell. Yeah, and the side effect, one of the side effect can be making them suicidal. Yeah, so there are many who get scared, you know, after eating, you know, the drug for a few days, and then they got them suicidal, then they stop eating. Yeah, so all this drug thing, of course there's a conspiracy theory. Yeah, it's really the drug company, or, you know, the medical doctor trying to earn money. That's why they will always tell you, you need medicine, you need medicine. Yeah. So Dr. Daniel Amen has scanned so many thousands of brain. He realized if you are depressed or you are having hyperactivity, there is always a pattern. Yeah, and then we treat that part of the brain. Then you don't simply just take a general cocktail of drugs. Yeah, but he also says this: if you change your lifestyle, yeah, your body can actually release, your brain can actually release the hormone that is required automatically, yeah, by itself. So we don't need the drug to help release the dopamine or the endorphin to stabilize your brain chemical. Yeah. All right. So he also said, don't believe everything you hear, even in your own mind. A lot of time, our brain, our mind play tricks on us, especially our dream. You know, our dream, our subconscious mind is not logic one, right or not? Yeah. So these are some of the books he says. Change your brain, change your life. Yeah. Again, how to change our brain? We have to take care of our mental health. So one of the things that he actually advocates is, let's say, like, you know, you have to exercise at least 30 minutes a day, 30 minutes each time for 3 to 4 times a week. Yeah, right? And then when you exercise, your heartbeat must be up to 120 per minute, so that it will activate the body enough for the hormone to be released, the happy hormone, the endorphin, to be released. Yeah, and you need like at least 3 to 4 times a week to have enough of the release in replacement of the drug. And then at the same time, the food that you eat. So he also advocate for a healthy eating habit. Yeah. So Jack Canfield is a chicken soup author. I like Dr. Amen's rules. 18, 14, 60. Can you identify with that? At 18, you worry what everyone think of you. That's why, you know, this body image thing is an issue for young people. Everyone wants to be like the K-pop, you know. Everyone also wants to have, you know, this what face, sharp face, you know, quasi face, or want to be like the Korean the Korean beauty lah. Yeah. Then when you're 40, you don't give a damn about what people think of you. Only when you're 60, you realize nobody even care. Yeah. So you wasted all your time and money, make yourself beautiful. For what? Yeah. All right. Dr. Caroline Leaf is another she's a neuroscientist. Despite the fact that no one in history has come up with a halfway good definition of mental illness, and despite the fact that the process of creating and applying the label of mental illness is unscientific, Any of those labels can be used to deprive the person so labeled of their human rights. Yeah. You know, in America, you have to have a label so that you can get insurance. So even though you may not be so serious, but they will just give a label for the sake of claiming the insurance. Yeah. So that's very unjustified. Yeah. That's very unfair. Yeah. So 20 years ago, our society began regularly prescribing psychiatry drugs to children and adolescents. But now, we still see a lot of problems. In fact, worse, every 15 Americans enter adulthood with a serious mental illness. Yeah, right. Because with medication, we are only managing the symptoms. All right. Medicine only manage the symptom. If you have headache, you just manage the headache, but you don't heal the root. Yeah, dealing with the root, you still have to go to talk to a counselor or psychologist that help you understand, why do you even have this illness to begin with. So there is always a reason to your illness. So if you heal the root, you are good. All right. So it's very treatable. Therefore, according to Dr. Caroline and Dr. Daniel Amen, yeah. It's our framework of understanding the world, not our brains, and not even the event that happened to us. Not nature or not nurture that determines our thoughts, emotion, behavior, and therefore our mental health. Yeah. So it's really not external. Some of us says, our environment, our society impact us. Yes, it impacts us, but it doesn't have to determine who we are. Yeah. 75 to 98% of mental, physical, behavioral illness come from toxic thinking. Right. So the key to recovery is, identify your toxic thoughts. Know your toxic thinking. And what are some toxic thinking? Toxic thinkings are the one that makes you vulnerable to physical and mental illness. So what do you think are toxic thoughts? Can you all put in the chat? What do you think are some of the toxic thoughts that we all have? Hateful self-thoughts, yes. Thinking you're bad, ugly, yeah. And can you imagine you are made in God image? So if you think you're ugly, that means you are also saying, God, you have made made a mistake. Yeah, low self-esteem. Yeah. Like if you make a mistake, you call yourself stupid. Yes. Yeah. We grow up in a society that will condemn us. So the last thing that we really want to learn is to not condemn ourselves. Yeah. So if you cannot love yourself, who is going to love you? Yeah. Whatever you think about growth, don't focus on what you are going through. Focus on what you are going to. Yeah. So basically, it's not focusing on the past, not focusing on the depressing thing, but look for a solution, look for a way out, move forward. Yeah. So if we feed and nurture negative and toxic thoughts, we are cultivating a toxic forest in our brain that will poison our bodies, mind, emotion, and relationship. Yeah. Because the more negative you think, the more you get into negativity. So therefore, you are stuck in that spiral. Yeah. The more you don't like yourself, the more you hate yourself. Yeah. The more you don't appreciate yourself, then it just grows. Yeah. As you think, you change the structure of your brain to the positive or to the negative. All right. So our brain is like a forest. Yeah. If you think positive, it will grow. If you think negative, it will die. Yeah. So that's the analogy that she will always use. Yeah. So in Romans 12, beloved friends, what should be proper response to God's marvelous mercy? Yeah, I encourage you to surrender yourself to God to be his sacred living sacrifices and live in holiness, experiencing all that delights in his heart. For this becomes your genuine expression of worship. So what is really worship? Is to do something that delights his heart. So verse 2, stop imitating the ideas and opinions. So those perfectionists. Okay, perfectionists, be very mindful, but be inwardly transformed by the Holy Spirit through a total reformation of how you think. This will empower you to discern God's will as you live a beautiful life, satisfying and perfect in his eyes. Yeah. So what do you get from this scripture? Yeah, a total reformation of how you think. Yeah. See, the scripture has all the answer. And I'm not sure if some of you has got any testimony here. Yeah, you used to be at that space where you were suicidal, but then one fine day you somehow discovered the truth, or God had an encounter with you, and you saw yourself from God's perspective, and that is where you had that breakthrough. Yeah. So how do you help friends with have negative thoughts of themselves? Okay, hold that questions, retelling their story with the participation of God in their past life. Yeah. So help them. One of the way is to help them think of the good time, appreciate the past, how God has come through to them. Okay. Right. So this is the analogy. Yeah. So if you think of the good thoughts, then the forest in your head will be very green. Yeah. And you will birth forth the fruit of the spirit. But if you think of the negative thoughts, self-condemnation, sexual sin, self-indulgence, that's where you will kill your own brain cells. Yeah, slowly dying. And they have made a brain scan. People who are depressed or people who have got mental condition, especially from young, their cortex, their frontal brain are smaller than the healthy person. Yeah. If you are growing up in a stressful environment, your brain cannot grow as naturally as it's supposed to be, right? Because when we are stressed, our body release cortisol, and cortisol is a stress hormone. Yeah, so it's not like it's a happy hormone, so therefore it strains the body. Yeah. So back to my client, 3 years old, has got piano class, Chinese class, Zoom class. Yeah. So it's so stressful, when she has to do homework, and then when she didn't do homework, the mom will scold her. What's the point to put through a 3 years old to all these stresses? Yeah. All right. When a child is supposed to just play and be happy, have fun, yeah, so that the brain can grow creatively, rather than being so rigid now. All right. So you can change the way you think, and perfect love casts out all fears. Love has to be undergird. So if you have friends that have got all these situation, all these condition, first thing first, I must love them. Yeah, because it's not easy to deal with them in the long run. Yeah, because they will always be so negative. And then sometimes it will also affect your own mental health by hanging out with them, because they can really suck your energy. Yeah, not that they want to. Yeah, not that they want to. Yeah. So what are things to think about? The Bible also gave us the answer. Keep your thoughts continually fixed on all that is authentic and real, honorable and admirable, beautiful and respectful, pure and holy, merciful and kind. Yeah, and then fasten your thoughts on every glorious work of God, praising Him always. Yeah. So one of the road to recovery is really about being grateful. Yeah. So when we are grateful, have, instead of comparing, why I don't have this, be grateful of what you have. Right. So this is how it is. Yeah. So for how long? So it's not as easy as just think about it. Yeah. So if you have created a monster, a negative thoughts, a negative pathway, yeah, what you need to do is to reinforce the neural pathway with a new neural pathway that is positive. Yeah. So it takes 21 days to develop a new habit. All right. But this new habit is just like, the parable of the sower. When it's fall on the rocky ground, it will die very quickly. All right. So if you only cultivate for 21 days, yes, you can see a path there, but it's not strong enough to anchor the change. So to really anchor the change, you need 63 days. That means 3 months to reinforce the new pathway. Yeah, many of us, we don't have the patience. Yeah. So we only do for until 21 days, like we memorize scripture, we change our living habit. Yeah. We only change for 21 days. But then, you know, later on we go back to old habits, and whatever that we try to do, try to change, it dies off. Yeah. So Dr. Caroline Leaf, being a neuroscientist, she realized that people who are persistent up to 3 cycles, yeah, that's where they reinforce the new neural pathway, so that when the same trigger comes, the new neural pathway, that is the positive pathway, takes over, rather than the old pathway that get them sucked into depression, spiral down into depression, right? But because they've learned to be grateful, when the same trigger, it helped them to be grateful. At least I still have parents, rather than, you know, blaming our parents for what they have done. She has got books which you all can get into. Yeah, how to control toxic thoughts. Yeah. So whose responsibility is to switch off the toxic thoughts? Yeah. It's really our own responsibility. Yeah. Let's not get others to do it for us. Yeah. All right. Another beautiful statement. You are able to stand outside of yourself if you can be mindful, in other words, and then observe your own thinking, do reflection, intrapersonal conversation, having conversation with God, not being religious, but having this intimacy, real intimacy, consult with God and change a negative toxic thoughts or grow a healthy positive thoughts, right? So in this sense, you have a choice whether you want to continue to enlarge your toxic thoughts or to grow your positive thoughts. So when we distort love and truth, we wire this perversion into our brains and create brain damage. Yeah. All right. So expert has found that loving words help heal or rewire emotional and physical pain. That's why, you know, love is still the answer. Yeah. And we have this term called ministry of presence. So just now, you know, when the question about how to help person with negative thoughts, yeah, there's no way we can change them unless they themselves want to change it. But you need to know if it's a condition, is by default, because it could be something that has been ingrained in them. They grew up, you know, being told they are stupid, and then they also have got reinforcement that they are stupid. So it's not so easy for them to undo it unless there's divine intervention. Then you know it's instant healing. But usually it's not. But it is you accepting them as they are, do not judge them, still loving them, encourage them. That's where slowly they will learn to appreciate themselves, because you are the first person they have accepted them as they are, did not judge them as stupid, but, you know, allow them to be themselves. And that's where empowerment comes in. Yeah. So the truth shall set you free. So if we can see ourselves from Christ's perspective, and then knowing our identity in Christ, then this is where again the real inner transformation, the real breakthrough. Yeah. So antidote of mental illness is prayer. I think in prayer the Lord also reveals. Yeah, these are some of her books. Yeah, feel free to go get it. Yeah, how to switch on your brain every day to the positive. Any thoughts so far? What do you all think? Does it make sense? Right. So let's say this is our brain. It is the prefrontal, the one in purple, the cortex, which is our thinking brain. That is the one that we want to nurture. Yeah. This is the part where we want to nurture the cortex. Yeah. So if let's say a certain, when we say we get triggered, can you hear? Okay, when we say we get triggered, it's because our amygdala is activated. Yeah, it bypassed the thinking brain. Yeah. So people who do not have a healthy cortex, all right, that's where the in another word, the emotional brain takes over. Emotional brain is easily triggered. Yeah, that's where, you know, we talk about being sensitive. Yeah. Right. So what is the function of cortex? It helps balance the emotion. It helps regulate the body. Yeah. Attune communication with self and others. We can read people's emotion. We can empathize. We are able to be flexible. We don't have to be so afraid. We can soothe ourselves. We have got very good awareness of ourselves, empathy, morality, ethical, and value. And we are very intuitive. Yeah. Follow your intuition. Share if any good or bad foods for brain health, especially children. So Dr. Daniel Amen, he has got books on how to nurture the brain. What are the food that you can go into? Definitely there'll be food that can actually nurture, but ultimately there is just one aspect, but it's really the not just the mind. You need to make them feel love, affirm them, validate the child. Yeah, it is the whole holistic well-being. So one of the things, yeah, is to help our children grow healthily. Yeah, these are some of the things. You know, having sports, playing games together with the children. Yeah, they are nowadays. Sometimes we have parents who just want to see the children achieve. They cannot see the child fail, so therefore the children don't know how to lose one. Yeah, they are a sour loser. Yeah. So you know, if you make time playing board game, you purposely lose to them, that's where it boosts up their ego. But there are times also it's good that they lose, so that you can, I mean, it's when you lose, you know, showing them how to lose as a gentleman, lose as a gentleman. Because children, when they don't know how to lose, they become sour, and then you know they don't feel good, and then they don't want to play. Yeah. So through all these games, it's like the pseudo world to train them. Yeah, solving problems together is to help them. So all this needs time with the parents. Yeah.
Dr. Pei Li, can I just
Yes.
ask one question for you to elaborate on? Regarding the
Yes.
prefrontal cortex and the amygdala that you mentioned, could you probably
Mm.
explain how stress and anxiety can actually hijack the prefrontal cortex, and then how can people manage their stress so that they can think clearly when they are dealing with issues?
Okay, if I were to use layman language, prefrontal cortex is our thinking brain, amygdala is our emotional brain. Okay. Of course, there's the other part, which is the life fight or flight, the hippocampus side, fight or flight. Yeah. Have you heard of story where you know the child was banged by the car? Somehow the mother has got this strength to lift up the child. So that's where the adrenaline rush comes in, and that she has got all the strength. Yeah. So it hijacked, you know, the logic. Yeah, I'm a human being. I cannot lift up the car. But when you have this adrenaline rush, you somehow, you know, bypass the logic, and you could have that strength. That body somehow release this hormone that give you that strength, which is again the cortisol. Yeah. How to avoid it? You need to really know your stress level, number one. Yeah. But sometimes, because you have got life trauma in the past, yeah, your emotional brain is always greater. Yeah. So if I were to just use this illustration, early on there's this expectation of wanting to know about trauma. So let's say if this is your brain, I'm just talking about two parts first. So the top part here, we call it the thinking brain, which is your cortex. So here, where we had memory, we store memory. We call it the semantic memory. And semantic memory is long term. All right. And then this part of the brain is what we call emotional brain. And if we have, when we have memory that is stored here, we call it episodic memory. Yeah, so it's like episode per episode, okay? And this is short term. Yeah. Why short term? It's because when we sleep at night, the memory here at the emotional brain will be transferred to the thinking brain. So what do I mean by that? So let's say if these are all brain cells, these are cells, every cell contains a memory. Yeah, if something happens, yeah, so your brain log in a memory. So let's say if when you were young, you spill a milk and then your parents scold you. Let's say this is the one, your parents scold you and then you are, like you are stupid, you're naughty, you're clumsy. So that got logged in here. And then the next day you spill because you are a little child, all right? Before you could recover, although you as a child you don't really know what's going on, that's why the word no has got a very strong reaction one, because our parents train us by saying no, no, no. Okay. And the next day you also do something wrong, yeah, and before it gets healed, it got sort of like sucked in. Yeah. So all this become like there's many incidences that become linked together. So today, let's say if you have got not, if it's always at this part of the brain, just seeing the face, just hearing that tone, it will create a body reaction. Yeah. Why must it be here? Because whenever anything happens, there is always emotion attached. Like for example, today, all of you are in this talk. Yeah. So there is a new memory here. So let's say if this talk, I give a pop quiz, suddenly got pop quiz. So if in the past you have got trauma with exam and you have not recovered from it and you dream of exam one, yeah. So let's say if this indicate the past exam. So today's talk cause you very anxious, and then tonight you somehow dream about, you had a nightmare because it trigger your past exam. So this anxiety is linked to this. In the past, we led to anxiety. So let's say this is an anxiety pathway. So it just add on. But usually in a healthy person, if the issue is not traumatic, yes, it will be here in this part of the brain. When we sleep, that's why it's so important to sleep. Our subconscious mind, what does our subconscious mind do? Is to transfer this part of the memory here to the cortex. Yeah, to this part of the brain. So that tomorrow when you tell people, how was the session yesterday? You knew you were anxious, but you are not experiencing the anxiety. Yeah. You know, but you are not having that trigger, emotional trigger. Yeah. So let's say some topic that is very sensitive, let's say death. If you have unfinished business, you have not grieved over, your loved one, it is still at this part of the brain one. Yeah, that's why I cannot mention name one. Just mention name, just mention about the person, it will trigger tears. So it's still here. But if a person they have grief, we know they have learned to accept, that's where they have shifted the memory here to this part of the brain. And now we can talk about our late, whether wife or mother or whatever, without any negative emotional attached to it. All right. So that's the function of thinking brain and emotional brain. Now, how does our brain shift from emotional to thinking brain? Is when we sleep. That's why dream is always very good. Yeah, dream is like your subconscious at work. Yeah, trying to shift from the emotional brain to the thinking brain. But before it can reach to the top, you get nightmare and you wake up here. That's why it's still stuck in this part of the brain until you attend to it. Yeah, so when I do trauma work, this is what I do. I will replicate the we call it the REM movement, the REM sleep, rapid eye movement. That is where you dream. I'm not sure if I'm talking, very scientifically. Yeah. So people who have got trauma in the past is because they have got all these unfinished business. Yeah. So if you can just think of something, or maybe I can do an experiment right now. I want all of you to close your eyes. Just close your eyes. Yeah, I want you to feel your body. Yeah, I'm going to say certain words. Just feel your body and tell me how you feel later on. Okay. Just take a deep breath. No, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, open your eyes. Is there any difference between the yes and the no? Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, what happened to you when I say no? What goes on in your body when I say no? You feel rejection, yeah, anxiety and fear, yeah. But why would the word no makes you feel rejected, make your heart leap, make you anxious? I just say no only leh. Your anxious tick came back. Just this activity show us we have unfinished business. Yeah. Unfinished work in my life. Yeah, because it links to things we did wrong. That's right. Because this is what the baby learns from the parents, you know. No, no, no. Yeah. All right. So it gets stuck in our emotional brain. Yeah. So baby has got no memory one. But if the baby is abused when they are 1 year old, 2 years old, the body feels the pain. Although the mind don't have any memory. That's why if I were to ask you what is your earliest memory, how old were you? Can you type in? How old was your earliest memory of your childhood? Exactly. So it's those memory in the past that is stuck in your brain. And that's why it builds up the anxiety. Yes. Yeah, that's right. 2 years old, 6 years old, 5 years old. Wow. Karen, you can remember your 2 years old. Is it from photos or from your own memory or from what people say? So
Yeah, I'll speak. Can you hear me?
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I only remember that I cried because my mom was leaving me for somewhere. So when I was much older, I asked her why did I cry. She said that she was going to the hospital to give birth to my sister. So I was about 2 then. But I think it was the tears that I could remember.
Yeah. So, but you don't have the content, right? But
Right.
emotionally there is something there. Yeah. Right. So, and then the content was feed by both, right? So Siu-Ling says 3. So if you study brain development, yeah, our emotional brain form first. Yeah. So this part of our brain form first. That's why if you are abused as a child, all these memories are all here. Yeah. Until you are 3 years old, that's where we begin to form, our thinking brain begin to form. But then our brain will continue to form until age, of course, different age, the different function, different ability, but technically we always say age 25 as a benchmark of a matured brain develop. Yeah, so that means we don't have a mature brain until age 25 lah. Yeah, so even though teenagers, they think they are matured, but they are still not very mature enough because they are still very reactive sometimes and very impulsive. Yeah. Because there is still room for growth, room for the prefrontal cortex to develop, to grow. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So when I do trauma work, a lot of time it goes back to sometimes even the mother's womb, because the fetus can feel the mother's anxiety one. So it got transferred down, yeah, into the baby. Yeah. And how is it transferred down? The hormone, the stress hormone that is released in the mother's body that get into the baby, the fetus, or the the baby in the body. All right, does it make sense? So that's why you need to recognize what are the information here. So sometimes your dreams are something that is unfinished here lah. So what I do in trauma work, what I do in trauma therapy is to shift all these things here lah. I manually, we manually fix it here. Yeah, so that this part is clean. Then you don't have the emotional baggage. And that's how you really feel you are set free. And that's very fixable, right? If let's say your psychological health is linked to past trauma, then we actually fix the past trauma. Yeah, bring a closure to it. Yeah. Okay. And if we are able to fix it, that's where the person that is resilient is able to cope with whatever that comes out. And because why we are not able to cope is because of all this emotional trauma that got us reacting. Yeah. So it's not that I am not flexible, let's say, it's because when suddenly you give me last minute work, my body get distressed. I cannot function. And that's what they are resisting. So OCD people, people who are very obsessed, they are trying to minimize the body distress. So that's why we need to do things their way. Otherwise, they become very anxious, very worried. Yeah. So here, if you are at the wellness, if you could recognize the sign and symptoms, yeah, and then we get them help sooner, yeah, before they get into disability, which is the disorder, and eventually, premature death, like they take their life, yeah, or they have this self-harm behavior, yeah. So what is best now is to go to do prevention. One of the things that I'm doing right now, like educating, creating awareness, is to do prevention work. Okay, yeah. So what are the common factors that cause family stress? What do you all think? Can you all just type in? What are those things that causes stress in the family? Arguments, yes. Money, absolutely. Especially right now, with the condition, job loss, then it will affect money. Yeah, children. Yeah, expectation, unmet expectation. Yeah, high expectation, which then unmet lah. Yeah, just so that one of the thing when I do couple work, I will tell them, expectation actually kills the relationship. Yeah. Tolerance also kill the relationship. Why? Why tolerance kill? Where we have been taught, tolerate. It builds up resentment, correct? So it's only this much we can tolerate. Yeah. So what, instead of being patient about it, tolerating it, if you are feeling uneasy, we need to nip it at the bud. Yeah, we need to open up and have a conversation about it, right? Because when it's still at the beginning level, it's easy to talk. Rather than you build up to the point of resentment, just one more trigger, it blows up. Yeah. And then your poor husband or poor wife don't even know what crime they have committed that deserve that such a big outblow. And then in that argument, things 5 years ago, 10 years ago, all come out lah. Yeah, things in the past all comes out. So remember, don't build resentment, because if you build resentment, that is the negative, the toxic thoughts that you are building. Yeah. So these are some of the things that affect children. Parent mental health is a very big thing here. Parents' mental health, yeah, especially if it's let's say like anxiety. A lot of time anxiety, while it's not so much of a genetic, but it's caught on. It's like a daily habit that they see their parents do, and then they caught on. Yeah. Yeah. So parent behavior and practices, parents conflict, domestic violence. Yeah. So we are not going to go so detailed into that, right? There's one of the research that shows, yeah. So if you have pressure at work, it actually, if you have lost a job, it gets into depression. Yeah. Whether, and then you have no job, it gets, if your wife is a full-time worker, or even if one of the partner have no job, it become a one person earner. Yeah, it creates a lot of tension. Yeah. So one conflict leads to another, and then eventually, yeah, if the child grows up in a very unhealthy environment, it eventually creates problem. Yeah. So if you look at this, yeah, look at the stressor at the top. Yeah. So we need to recognize the stressor if you really want to help a person. Yeah. So that, you know, when we recognize what triggers them, we fix the stressors. Yeah. We manage from the stressors level. Otherwise, yeah, if you can tell, you can give them the best scripture, you know, after they memorize scripture, but then when they go back home and then they are always being labeled as naughty, bad, stupid, the environment doesn't change, it's not going to be very effective. Yeah. So if you, whatever stressor that you have, remember a little bit of stress is still good. Yeah. Stress during exam, not overly stressed, it actually push you to study. Yeah, it's health promoting lifestyle, which then leads to adaptive behavior, yeah, adaptive physical response, and then cognitive and emotional response. Yeah, so we learn to manage stress. So that itself, just now I think the question about how to manage stress, yeah, is another, you know, 3 hours talk, you know, just on stress management. Sometimes, you know, I do 2 days of stress management workshop. Yeah. So you need to really recognize your own body. Yeah, what stresses your body, and then what are the things that actually calm your body down. You need to know yourself. Yeah. So the stepping back and then reflecting on yourself, that's very, very important. Yeah. And then it improve. Yeah. And then the bottom all go fall in place. That's where wellness comes in. When you are productive, you are able to enjoy one another. Okay. So now with COVID, right? It add on to the stress. In fact, I don't think COVID. We all hear, you know, family, there's a lot of violence, a lot of breakup that's happening because of COVID. Is it really because of COVID? To me, it's no. COVID just highlight the problem in the marriage, and therefore, when they are put in this pressure of lockdown, they really cannot stand each other. That's where, you know, when there's an opportunity, they will want to sign a paper because they just have enough of each other. So COVID really doesn't cause all this financial problem. Yeah. So I'm talking about sometimes, you know, we are the one, if during good time we don't know how to save money, that's when now right now it is just a stress. Yeah. So it's also a highlight how you have been doing financial, your finance all these years. Yeah. You don't save, you go and spend on all those, yeah, branded goods. So that's why during hard time, you have nothing to fall back on, right? So it's really highlighting how we have been doing life. Yeah. All right. Although notwithstanding, COVID also causes some people to have no job, especially those who are in the poorer, lower economic status. Yeah. So if it's mild and intermittent, that's where, you know, you can get support, reassure. So the one on top, you can fix it on your own, or you can get, you know, lay people to help you, pastor to help you. But if it's at the bottom, you need to know the psychological symptom, yeah, the signs, and so that you can go to the right treatment. Yeah. Right. So how are children affected? They internalize the problem. They really believe that they are bad. Yeah. Or because if they've seen, you know, when parents, they argue, they throw things, they also learn to throw things when they have their own family, or they will throw things when they are older on their parents. Yeah. I don't know if you have seen that or not. Yeah. And the children say that they learn it from the parents. They see how they fight. So now they are angry. They also throw it at you lah. Yeah. Competence, lack of social competence. Yeah. If we focus just on their academic, it also causes a lot of stress. Yeah, and physical health. And another study says, yeah, sleep does affect children's early brain development. Yeah. So it hinders the proper growth, and that's where the cortex doesn't grow as it should be. That's why it's smaller in size, and when it's smaller in size, it's not able to function what a mature brain should function. Yeah, the prefrontal cortex. Yeah. So these are some of the condition, yeah, where we have a mental health, so-called, there's a burden put on our mental health. Yeah. So the one on the left, you will see all those physical condition, all those like cancer or cardiovascular disease. Yeah. So there is a link to mental health with all these physical disease. The one on the right side, yeah, neuropsychiatry. This is where you develop bipolar, schizophrenia, depression. Yeah. Right. So is it only current mental illness? No, yeah, even in the Bible, we have seen, if you read from a psychological eyes, you will see symptoms of mental condition, mental health problems, right? So this Nahum, Prophet Nahum, he was very anguished, yeah, and the faces of all grow pale. Yeah, this one talks about fear. Then Jonah, yeah. So he went to he felt so low in his life, as if he's in the pit of death. And of course, if we really have experience with God, we know God, we will remember the Lord, and that's where the Lord will turn our mourning into joy. So it's so important during good times we cultivate our relationship with God. So parents, can you spot if your child is depressed? Yeah. So sometimes it's good. Remember, it's a reflection of your own self. Start with yourself first. Do some self-check. So look at this. Can you look at this? How many tick do you have? Right. So these are all signs, yeah, for yourself. Because if you're not healthy, it's hard for you to take care of your children. Now, if you are not sure, right, once you get the notes, right, go onto this website. Yeah. So there's some mental health tests. Now, what I don't want is for you to diagnose yourself, because that's one of the things, when students learn about abnormal psychology, then they begin to diagnose themselves and they begin to diagnose other people. Hey, you are depressed, hey, you are anxious, you have this problem, that problem. It's not for us to diagnose, but it's for us to be aware. And then there will be a recommendation that says, go and see a psychiatrist, go and talk to a professional, because the doctor will ask you some other questions. So it's not as simple as just doing one test and then confirm I'm bipolar. It's not as simple as that. Remember, we need to do justice to this illness. Yeah. And if you don't know what the tests are, it has got explanation what they did for. Yeah. Any questions so far? Okay, still must have expectation in family, but need to be reasonable and communicate. After this, must yeah. So yes, correct, Ivy. Now, instead of expectation, I would say we must have a goals that as a family we want to work towards. Yeah. Even if you want to have expectation, if you expect others to fulfill it, that's where the other person has the right not to fulfill it lah. Yeah. As much as you want, unless the person loves you enough to just do what you want them to do. So you are right by saying expectation has to be communicated. Yeah. And then once you communicate, doesn't mean you will get what you want. The person can negotiate. Why I think I cannot do what you expected, but can I give you an offer? Can I counter? So that's where open communication comes in, where there's dialogue. But if you talk to person who are so-called perfectionists, it's their way or no way one. All right. So it's hard to convince them. That's why with perfectionists, sometimes it's not nice to have conversation with them. Eventually, nobody wants to have conversation with them. Yeah, because they are always right on. Yeah. And there's this statement that says, last time there is this book, but it's not in print anymore. Do you want to be right or do you want to be loved? Yeah. What do you all think? Do you all want to be right or do you want to be loved? So sometimes when we argue who is right, who is wrong. Yeah. So if you go on the facts, no need to argue on. Yeah. Because in reality, there is two perspectives. Yeah. Your perspective is right. His perspective is also right. Yeah. So it's about respect, respecting each other's way of looking at things rather than imposing. So very quickly, again, these are, this has been talked about, right, here and there. Just kind of like a revision. So any shift, yeah, let me tell you, any shift in 2 weeks, yeah, if you cannot sleep for 2 weeks, if you have not had an appetite for 2 weeks, just now you say 3 days already cannot tahan, right? So any of these symptoms that lasted for 2 weeks is already warrant for psychiatric visit. Yeah, no harm going for a checkup. If the doctor say nothing, good for you, you can sleep in peace. But what if there's something? So it's like equivalent to cancer. If you go early, you're at stage 1. Cancer stage 1, stage 2 is so treatable. Yeah, rather than stage 4. And in Malaysia, by the time they come to my room, a lot of time their marriage is at stage 3 or stage 4. And then they expect me to do magic. And they tell me, you are our last hope. You are our last hope. Yeah. Can you see the kind of a pressure that is put on the therapist? Yeah, like the pastor as well. Yeah. So in short, when the brain is not working properly, 6 part of our functions are disrupted lah. We cannot perceive things in a way that is healthy. Yeah, we begin to see things that is not there lah, illusion or hallucination. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that not there. All right. So thinking difficulty, the toxic thoughts. And then when you have toxic thoughts, it creates emotional distress. And then when you cannot sleep, then therefore you cannot sleep, yeah, because you are so worried. Yeah. So I'm just going to flash this through. I'm not going to run through this because I want to focus on how to. These are information you can always get from the net, or you can you can read it on your own. All right. And these are statements, when you hear words like this, this person, usually they are not joking one, right? But then again, we always think, how can it be? You're always laughing, you're always smiling, you're always so happy. How can you be depressed? All right, so be mindful of the dialogue they tell you. This is anxiety disorder. So these are more of the common one. So under anxiety, we have panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, even fear, phobia. Now, how many of you here has got phobia of cockroach? You have issue with cockroach? Tikus. Fear of wife, kiabo. All the kia, the Singapore kia, kiabo, kiasi. Okay. Yeah. In Malaysia, right? I think things like cockroach, even cicak. Anyone has got issue with cicak? Yeah. I think it's good to get it treated lah, because if you see anything that is listed here, it's treatable one. Yeah. So most likely when you were younger, you were frightened by all these pests, tickles or whatever, because your cognition, your cortex has not developed yet. It gets stuck in your emotional brain, which is at the back of your head. Yeah. So that's why the fear, even though you are such big size, so gigantic, the tickles is so small. Yet but you see tickles, you freeze. Yeah. But there's really no logic one, because your emotion takes over, the amygdala takes over. All right. So that is very treatable. Yeah. Yeah. Why, as in what? Why you get scared, or why must get treated? Yeah. Dirty and germs. Yeah, but do you know in your body you have got antibody? Yeah, our body can withstand. We have immune system that can withstand all these germs. Yeah. So people who are OCD is too obsessive, too fearful of dirt and germ. Yeah, that's where it distort. It affects their daily function. Yeah. So if it doesn't affect your daily function, you can still function healthily, no issue. But it's when every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, they have to wash their hand for 5 minutes. That's where it gets challenging. Yeah, then your hand gets dry, and you need cream, and then it bleeds. Yeah, so these are the script lah of people who are anxious. They are so scared, they are feel so paralyzed, intimidated. So you read on your own. Then we have bipolar disorder, how they look at it. Schizophrenia is a psychotic condition usually, yeah, because they will see or hear voices that is not there. Yeah, it's not seeing ghosts, it's not demonic. So we need to be able to differentiate what is demonic and what is mental illness here. Because usually if the church, the leadership or the pastor who have not got psychology knowledge, everything is demon none. Yeah, so they will send them to healing room, they go and cast out demon, but then it's still there. Oh. Yeah. So after you have done the spiritual part of it, right, like you cast out demon and if it's still there, then you know it's biological already. So if it's biological or psychological, you need to go for the right treatment. Yeah, because how many times do you need to send the person to for deliverance, right? Isn't your God great? Yeah, because in Jesus' name, it should be instant. Yeah, out you go. So let's not be ignorant about it. Yeah, so there are positive and negative symptoms. Yeah, all this. Yeah, so we put it under psychosis, right? There are some other psychosis situation which is not so common. Yeah. Okay. So 1 in 4 people will have mental illness at some point in their life lah. So it's not a foolproof thing. Just because I'm talking here today doesn't mean one day, if I don't take care of myself, I will not be part of the statistic. Yeah. Unfortunately for children, 1 in 5 adolescents has got diagnosable mental health disorder, but then only 50% receive help. You know, by the time they are being diagnosed in adolescent, we say they have had that condition, that means the built up for at least 8 years, easily 8 years ago. Yeah, before they are being diagnosed. So if you talk about age 3, 3 plus 8, about 11, standard 5, standard 6, you will see the symptom coming up. Yeah, if it's from childhood, unhappy or broken family. Yeah. So if your teenager has got their experience of self-harming at teenage years, most likely, it's a built up during their primary years. They are not happy. They have one of the things in school, they get bullied, but they don't tell you. Yeah. So nobody can detect except themselves until they declare it, especially the children, for children, even for adult, if you are good at disguising it, yeah, people will miss the sign. So if you can do yourself a favor, if you have an issue, get yourself admitted to a psychiatrist clinic, or admit to a friend, or admit to somebody you trust. Yeah, so that they can help you. Yeah. So it's not as easy as try harder, just pray, fast. You didn't, you have not enough faith. Yeah. This is a YouTube. You can hear what they say, but I'm not going to play it here. Yeah. So can you imagine this child that is born like a clean slate? Yeah. When God created them is actually very healthy, but because growing up that kind of environment, plus there's genetic predisposition. Yeah. So it's understandable why the person has got mental health condition. Yeah. So parents, your role is to give hope. Yeah. And then help the child live to her full potential. Yeah. Yeah. So what we want is to build resilience. Yeah. It's not about preventing them from having problem. And this is the problem with the parenting nowadays. The helicopter parenting, where they hover around their children, they solve the problem for the children. Yeah. So by doing things for them, right, you're robbing them of making mistake and learn from their mistake. Okay. Yes, I know you love your children. So we don't just love, we need to love, be a responsible parent also. Yeah. We need to teach them age appropriate skills. Yeah. So nowadays we have got land mower parenting. What is land mower parenting? Can you all guess? What does a land mower do? Any thoughts? run over everything. Actually, they clear the path for the children to walk. Yeah, clear out all problems. That's right, Deepa. Yeah, yes, them over parenting. Yeah, so they clear the path so that they can walk. You know, they even buy house for them. They, yeah, do everything for them so smooth their life. Of course, then they don't have to do anything. All right. And then you blame them for not being grateful. You know. Okay. So just think about it lah. At certain age, they need to have certain responsibility. Therefore, you need to step back so that they can step out. Yeah. So a person that's resilient has got all this ability lah. Yeah. They have very healthy self-esteem. Yeah, because again, if they don't know how to solve problem, and that's why again, we hear of situation where, you know, just first break up, they want to kill themselves already. It feels like they are not resilient. It feels like the label that we put on them, they are like strawberry, yeah, very, very vulnerable, yeah, or very snowflakey, you know, snowflake, yeah, very sensitive, yeah. Really, if it's true, I would really also put the responsibility on the parent as well for being too protective, yeah. Otherwise, they have neglected them. They have only put them, you know, using the internet to babysit them, because they are too busy, they are too tired after work to mentor them or to spend time with them. Yeah. Yeah. How to improve resilience? Really, you know, if you have young children here today, or you are a future mom or dad, that's good news. You need to really spend time with them, like get connected, you know, laugh together, and then laugh at our own mistakes, learn from your experiences, so we can share our negative experience as parents so that they can learn. But then we need to be hopeful and just trust that your child has your DNA. If you have survived, they will survive, because one of the good intention parents, they don't want their children to go through what they went through, so they provide everything for them. Yeah. But just know that even if you don't provide everything for them, they have your DNA. You survive, they survive. Yeah. And God is even more concerned than you, because they are God's child. So you need to take care of yourself, accept and anticipate change. Not everything must be in order and then according to your way. Yeah. So we need to have a goal so that we can work towards. Yeah. So it's good to have couple goals, family goals. You know, in company we have vision and mission. I'm not sure whether your church has got vision and mission. I'm sure you all have. Yeah. So as a family, what is your family vision? What's your family mission? Yeah. What are your family culture, your family rules? Yeah. Take action, learn new things about yourself, think better of yourself. So, right, get rid of the toxic thoughts and then look at things in perspective. Yeah. Don't just compare and then feel uneasy about it. Yeah. See, LGBT represent lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Now we have the queer. Yeah, they are very highly stressed, and when it comes to suicidal mental illness, they are the one that is more prone to it, because especially in the religious setting, because they are rejected and they cannot be truthful, because they know, yeah, the family cannot take it, the church cannot take it, and they will be rejected. Yeah, so they will suffer in silence. So there's a lot of internal conflict. Yeah, so they really need a lot of help, but in order to be able to help them, we need to accept them as they are first, instead of immediately tell them, hey, do you know it's wrong? Do you know God did not create a gay? God created only man and woman. You can say all these things, but later, once you build a friendship, once you build their trust. But having said that, do you think they don't know? If they are in a Christian home, don't you think they know? Yeah, the fact that they have conflict is because they know, they try to live right. But somehow the body has got this extra female hormone or male hormone that tend to be attracted to the same gender, right? Same sex. So we want to really, as a church, be very careful of how we relate to them. Yeah. So recovery is not cure in our vocabulary. It's really a journey to reclaim your power so that you can be more in control of yourself. Yeah. And that's what we want when we do counseling, when we treat our patient. Yeah. We don't talk about cure. So we want to speak up before stage 4 lah. Yeah. So if you're in stage 1 and just learning about those early symptoms, yeah, or are dealing with what it means to be in stage 4, sharing how it feels can be part of your recovery. Yeah. So if you are the person here in this room, yeah, in your one of the 46 here, yeah, you may want to really just come out and just share with, maybe share with one person that you can trust first. Yeah. Because if you hide it in secret, that's where the enemy will also take a foothold on you. Yeah, and then you will end up, condemning yourself, pitying yourself, which is not how God wants you to be, right? Yeah, the enemy come to kill, steal, and destroy. Don't let them have any more foothold. Expose it. Yeah, there's nothing to be shameful of. Yeah, it is a condition. Yeah. So talking about what mental illness feel like, and then acting on that information. So that's stage 4. Meaning, if your mind tells you to kill yourself and you act on it, that's dangerous. Yeah, that's stage 4 already. Yeah, so that means you give voice to feelings and fears and to hopes and dreams. It means empowering people as agents of their own recovery. Yeah. So although while you hear they are suicidal, they want to kill themselves, instead of you get hysterical, instead of you get panic, right? You learn how to handle them. Yeah, you accept them as they are. You allow them to think out loud. Yeah. So you help them feel comfortable with their struggle, and that itself, ironically, is an empowering process for them. And then it changed their trajectory of their own life, because it feels for the first time somebody finally understood, somebody finally did not judge them and can accept them as they are. All right. And then we need to speak up early before stage 4 and in real relatable terms, so that people do not feel isolated and alone. Yeah. So you need to not just know your condition. So for those of us who are not suffering, we need to be able to identify symptoms and invite conversation about mental health. Yeah. So these are again some of the script you can read on your own. Yeah. So spread awareness, help others who may be struggling to explain what they are going through. So if, let's say, one of the way, I think one of the question, if you kind of like saw the symptom that they project, what you can do is to log on to a website. Either you show them the website about, let's say, depression, sign of depression. Yeah, you give them evidence. Yeah, and then if you yourself are also a person who is recovering, or you also have got past experience, you can also speak up, because it takes one to identify one anyway. Yeah, so then it makes them feel that they are not alone. It also makes them feel that you are not there to judge them, but actually to help them. Yeah, and then we really need to break down discrimination and stigma. Yeah, they are not crazy, but they do have a condition that need attention, treatment. Show others that they are not alone in their feelings and their symptoms, and then share what living with mental illness feel like for you in words, images, video, or tagging social media posts. Right? So there are many people out there who are speaking out. So you can show it to them so that they don't feel that they are alone. Yeah. So how to start the conversation? Yeah. First thing first, you need to manage your own anger first. Let's say if towards children, yeah, you need to actually assess, yeah, what are you angry about? Yeah, because if they are always not cleaning up, cleaning up their room, yeah, you ask them to take their clothes to the washing machine, but it's still on the floor. Yeah, instead of reacting, right? You just step back and ask, why am I angry with? That's his room after all, what? Yeah. Yeah. And then watch out for your timing if you want to have a difficult conversation, not at 11 p.m. These are more so for couple as well, right? A lot of time it is during bedtime, sleep time, where you all are together, and that's where you all start that conversation. And then one lead to another, and then you end up fighting, right? So if you are going to have a difficult conversation, make an appointment, all right? Don't use the bedroom. Yeah, because we want to, again, our mind is easily we want to condition our mind or our break room to be a place of rest, yeah, to be a place of relaxation, rather than to have difficult conversation which leads to, you know, sleepless night. Yeah, so you need to really choose the right place, make appointment if need be, if you're going to confront. Otherwise, if you can hold back, you know, difficult conversation at late night, yeah, or otherwise for parents, they like to catch them in the morning while they're driving them to school. Why? Because they are stuck in the car with you. Yeah, and then children, they learn just put on the earplug and or pretend to sleep. Yeah, so that's how they shut off the parents. Yeah, yeah. So then you also want to go straight to the point, prepare an outline, not like, you know, out of nowhere, you know, out of reacting to your own anger. Yeah, and try, you know, when you want to have this kind of conversation, off all your cell phone or whatever, so that, you know, I'm really serious here. Yeah, and if your child challenge you, you don't have to feel that they are challenging your authority. Yeah, and then prepare for the worst. What do you think would be the worst thing that can happen? Yeah, so choose a good time. So make space to be together. Yeah, and also conversation tends to flow best when it's naturally occur. It's like a by the way thing. All right, treat it as if it's by the way. Yeah, rather than while you're having fight, in the middle of fight, then you say whatever that you want to say. Because when you are angry, the words that we say is jacked up, right? Is very hurtful. Yeah, it's when we are calm, that's where we run to really make appointment for discussion. Yeah, and then if let's say you notice that your children are not ready to talk about it, then you back off. Yeah, look for the right time. Yeah, and sometimes just doing chores together, cooking, hanging, you know, you just say, by the way, you know, how have your sleep been? If you notice that some of you asked just now how to start the conversation. Yeah, so start from casual situation first. Ask them, you know, have you been very stressed lately? Yeah, as if talking to a friend, and then see what they say. Yeah, and then what you want, because I'm sure if you notice something about, you must have noticed something about them, that's why you are concerned. So you give them facts. Yeah, this is what I noticed of you lately. Yeah, you haven't been hanging out with this best friend of yours, so you know what is their normal life like, and therefore when there is a shift, there's a change, you could identify. Now that can only happen if you spend enough time with them. Yeah, and if you have not spent enough time with them, of course you miss the sign, you missed it. Yeah, if it's something about schoolwork that they are going through, yeah, it may be great sleeping or assignment not done. Yeah, then you can offer extra help to see if they want to. Yeah, but if they reject, then ask, yeah, maybe there's something else. Yeah, all right. And then hear their conversation. Is it very morbid? Are they always, you know, talking about death and dying? If only I'm not around. Yeah, I'm such a burden. Yeah, all right. Then they are very fascinated with, you know, death. Yeah, so one of the indication but about young people, about your if let's say your children has got this less LBGT tendency, they will actually test the water first. Yeah, sometimes they will bring up conversation, you know, what do you think about the gay or the lesbian? Yeah, so as a parent, you also want to be very mindful whether it's just a casual conversation or there's a hidden meaning behind this conversation. Yeah, so how do you convince teenager with heavy workload that he or she needs to sleep? So I think yeah, this one a lot of time, sometimes we felt that the children stress themselves, but where did they get that information to end up stressing themselves? So subconsciously, you know, maybe in the past they felt that they need to do well, otherwise they will get punished. So we don't know what has been conditioned prematurely, you know, earlier on. Yeah, I don't know whether later on the slide we will attend to that. All right, so the conversation, yeah, I or we, if you are talking as a parent, start with positive words first. We love you, and this is what we notice. Okay, tell them what you see. Yeah, don't just simply pluck from the air. Yeah, and then usually what we notice is the behavior first, and then give them a chance to respond. Yeah, instead of why are you coming home late? We notice that you have been late home lately. Can you tell us more? Yeah. Okay, so we have to really prepare ourselves initially to have all these difficult conversation. Yeah, so how do you respond to friends whose mood and messages are always about how bad they are? So you need to know your friend. Are they fishing for attention? Again, just me saying fishing for attention, right, is also not fair for them. Yeah, so it could be a low self-esteem situation where they need a lot of affirmation, but that just speaks of their insecurity. That's why they need affirmation. But if you don't take it lightly, if they are always so negative, maybe if you don't have time, you just tell them, I have very limited time. You want to draw boundaries, yeah. But then you may want to refer them to see a counselor or to see somebody that can help them, provided they want to be helped lah. Yeah, if they don't see their negative thought as a problem, no matter how you highlight to them, they will not see it one. Yeah. Yeah. So listen to their response, and then if you need to restate the house rules, yeah, and then maybe it's also time to change the house rules, because as the children grows older, you need to change your parenting style. Sometimes we are not aware of it until our children reacted, then only we realize, hey, actually we are still treating our teenagers as a little child. Yeah, and will take the following action. Yeah. Now I want to also talk about different stages of parenting. In general, we have 4 different stages of parenting style, right? But most of us, we are not aware. Yeah, we always use the same parenting style for all ages. The first stage, let's say the age is 0 to 2. That means baby to age 2 lah. That's the first set of parenting style. But when your child is a toddler, yeah, so I will put it to about 9, age 2 to 9. Another set of parenting style is age 10 to 18. And of course, yeah, here will be above 18. Okay. So if let's say I have two circle, all right. Are you still with me? If you are still with me, type yes. Okay, so let's say if I have 2 circle. Okay, thanks, KY. Okay, so P stands for parent. Now, if you learn nothing today, oh, okay. Okay. Oops. Sorry, so this time we talk about the 4 stages, right? Okay. Can you all remember what are the age?
0 to 2, then 2 to 9, 10 to 18, and above 18.
Okay. I think, why one of you can annotate? Can you put at the side there? You also annotate for me. Yeah, because let's say there's 2 circle. Yeah, one circle represent parents, another circle represent children. Okay, so if you talk about 0 to 2 years old, okay, so if this is parent, let's say the second circle is, oh, the second circle of the child, the red color represent children, is almost 100% overlapping one. So meaning this area here, this part here, the one that yeah, so this part here, the one that is highlighted right now, I call it the area of influence. So when the child is below 2 years old, when they are toddler, the area of influence is almost, the influence of a parent is almost 100%. And the role that you play, you are the carer. Yeah, you care for the child. Yeah, so you are really like the person that nurture, that you are always there for them, and they depend on you. Okay, so that's the first cycle. I mean, the first set of parenting style that you need to have. Yeah. Oh, what I mean is, can you annotate on my whiteboard? You put at the side there. All right. And then, as the child grows from 2 to 9 years old, this is parents. Black is parents. The children, right? There is still overlapping, but if you can see, there's some space that is not overlap. The one that is overlapped, this is the area of influence from the parents. All right. Meaning, as a child grows from 2 to 9 years old, there is this part here where they want to develop their sense of identity. They want to figure out what is going on. Yeah, so this space here, oops. Yeah, they want to figure out, they want to have their own. In fact, you need to allow them to grow and fall down and learn to walk, learn to talk. Yeah, right? So this is where, the development of the self starts. So it's 0 to 9. Now from 2 years old to 9 years old, because the cognition, the brain is just beginning to grow. Whatever you tell them, whatever parent tell them to the child is gospel truth. Yeah. That's why if you tell them this is good, this is bad, this is right, this is wrong, they will absorb like a sponge. Yeah. They don't know how to contest yet. Yeah, because that's how the brain works. It's just beginning to grow. Yeah, so this is a stage where you teach them languages they can just absorb. Yeah, it's just fascinating how the child even know what is Malay, what is English, what is Cantonese one. They just know how to differentiate. Yeah. So here, in terms of parenting, just for easy understanding, you see, you are like a cop. Yeah, you are like a policeman. A policeman is to catch right or wrong. Yeah. So if a teenager, you are still playing the role of a cop, that's where the teenager will rebel. Because teenager is an age where they are trying to find their identity. They want freedom. Yeah. So if you are still telling them what is right, what is wrong, they will resist. Okay. Now, what happened after 9 years old, right? So this, so this red color is the child. Parents still have got influence, but the influence is much less. The overlapping is less. What do you think the role of a parent is? Any guess? How should you parent a teenager? Advisor? Okay, I give you clue. Start with the word C. Not so right. All right. So we play the role of a coach. Okay, I want you to think of a football coach. A football coach, when their role most important? What does a coach do? They prepare them. So their role is most important before the tournament, before the competition, right? So they train them. You are right, okay? So teenager, the parent has to so-called coach them, train them. Yeah, so give them, like example, sex education. I will tell you about sex education. I will inform you. Yeah. So that when they are facing the real world, when they really fall in love, they will remember what you have told them. They may or may not, right? If let's say your family, you don't condone premarital sex, because you tell them there is this information, there will be this conscience, or the Holy Spirit will remind them, remember this is not right. But if there's no such information, they won't even consider, all right? Even though you have informed them, they may still go ahead and do it, but that's something that they have to be responsible for. So therefore, just because a coach train during the tournament, right? The coach is only watching from afar. And sometimes you have to see your team lose. And it's not easy to see your team lose, right? But you cannot jump in and rescue your team. So you need to know, once your child hits teenager, parents learn to back off. Because if you are still trying to rescue them, you are still trying to hover over them, the helicopter parents, you are not helping them grow as a person. Yeah, and that's where resentment builds in. Yeah, they will fight with you. They want their freedom. Yeah, right. And set the, yes, correct. Yeah, teach them how to to have responsibility in their life. Yeah. So if they were to be late, if yes, I have parents 17 years old, every day have to knock the door and wake the child up on. See, these are responsibility. You have got your own handphone, you know, you have got alarm, you can set your own alarm. Yeah. The parents don't have to, like, you know, wake them up every morning. So every morning is a fight in the family. What's the point? You know, you start your day with such negativity. Right. So this is where you really have to let them live life as, you know, let them feel in that sense, as long as it's not life and death. So let them go through life experiences. Yeah. And if they make mistake, you always need to be there to hold them. Yeah. That's where they feel safe. So when they have trouble, they will come back and share with you. Yeah. So I have, yeah. So then again, you know, when you look at the age, at age 10 onwards, if you were to ask your child to maybe take you, bring you water, you know, do this, do that, this is where your child will talk back already. Why you got no leg? Why you cannot do yourself? You know, why you always ask me, why you don't ask Jie, or why you don't ask sister? Yeah. So they will begin to feel the, you know, the unfairness. And that's where they are speaking out. Yeah. And then as Asian parents, to us, we think they are very rude. Yeah. And then we scold them for speaking up. All right. But they are just speaking their mind out. That's why they need guidance at this age. So what you need to tell them is, okay to speak up your mind, but you need to do it in a nicer way. All right. So rather than they get punished for speaking up, and that's where they learn not to speak up in the future. Yeah. What's the point of telling you? Yeah. Now, what about after age 18? Do we still have does parents still have a role in their life? Yeah. Above age 18, I'm talking about, let's say, people who are here in their Thursday and Fridays. If you still have parents, what are your parents' role in your life? Do you still need them? Support, confident. You still need parents for what, Kim Wai? Yeah. So after 18, of course, we have in your 20s, in your 30s, 40s, 50s. But, you know, based on this theory, their role are the same, whether you are 19, 20, 30, 40, 50. Their role are the same. Is there still overlapping? Yes, of course. As you all said, we still need our parents. But the overlap is very, very minimal. So what is this thing here that is so sikit? Encouragement. Well, when after you get married, so what role do you think is this?
Give a hint, give a letter, first letter.
That's you.
Oh,
Actually, some of you typed in already the answer just now. No. Yeah, consultant. All right. Okay, when do you need a consultant? Tell me. When would you engage a consultant? When you have problems. All right. So parents, you need to know if your children has got issue, they will come to you one. You no need to keep on going to them, trying to solve their problem. You step back. Let them take responsibility. Cook for you. If you don't know how to cook, so the little overlap is still cooking for you. Yeah. The physical thing is easy, to do all the physical thing, cook for you, wash your plate. But again, if you are a responsible mother, you really want to just get them to learn cooking. Yeah. How long do you want to cook for your child? Yeah. Cooking sucks. Wait till Ivy, Thursday. Thursday. So, but do you cook? Although you don't like cooking, but do you cook? Wow, look at that. Son start cooking for them, for Chu. As long as she's able. Yeah, but sometimes also take some break lah. Yeah. So I think it's not so much of whether you can do it or not doing, it's about training your children to do that task. These are all life skills. Yeah. Cooking, washing, cleaning. Yeah. Instead of depending on the maid because you are from a better social economic status. Yeah, but it's not so much about all that lah. It's really about life skills. So so just notice, if you have issue with your teenagers or your adult child, assess the role that you have played in their life. Yeah. Have you allowed them to grow, or probably you have been too hands off as well that you don't notice? Yeah. So it's a point for reflection here. Yeah. Any questions so far? Any thoughts? So here we have got 3 websites that you can log into to get ideas how to have conversation about all these mental issues. What are the signs and symptoms, right? Unfortunately, all these are overseas. The Malaysia one not so informative, right? Then we also have situation where the child, especially children, when they come and tell mommy, mommy don't believe one, no. The mommy will minimize their concern. Okay. So what you really need to do is to really learn how to listen. Yeah, listen actively. Yeah. Yeah, really not just listen to the literal words, listen in between the line as well. Yeah, and then listen without needing to give a solution. Yeah, but you listen to find out more information. Yeah, what makes you say that? Yeah. So you stop your own voice trying to react or respond to your child, and then ask if they have thought about what they might need to get better. Yeah, so by the time they tell you, probably they pick up the courage to tell you, they will have gone through it for a while already. It could be weeks, it could be months before they really tell you. So they have gathered courage to tell you. So you can ask them, have you tried to do something that makes you feel better? Yeah, if they haven't, then you have more conversation with them and find out more. Yeah, if they have done something in the past, obvious it's not working lah. Yeah, so let's continue to support them to see what they need, and then learn. Yeah, it's also something new for you, so you might as well go and pick up. You know, one of my OCD client today, he is like 20 in university lah, 21, 21, but at age 5, he tell mother, what is OCD? So he himself is a very learned person. Yeah, even the parents don't know what he's talking about, and they thought it's just a casual conversation. Yeah. So actually, he himself knows that he's very anxious, and somehow he come upon he bump upon this thing, and through movies, a lot of time also they got information there, internet, you know, YouTube. Yeah. So he has been searching. So these are all signs actually. So if he could just be curious, just has a little bit more interest, and just learn out why are your children asking that, you know, what is this all about, so that you can give them more information. And in the beginning, keep confidential first. Don't go and spread it, you know, especially to your relatives. Yeah, because you know how information will spread, and then it makes them feel like, you know, all attention are on them, and they don't feel comfortable. Yeah. Yeah. So, and then normalize it. Tell them it's normal, is to have a mental health issue. But you know what? You can get better. Yeah, it's treatable. And then be real. If you are afraid, yeah, acknowledge your own fear. Yeah. But don't let your fear override, yeah, whatever things that you need to do. Yeah. So it's, as a parent, it's important to confront stigma or discrimination directly. Yeah. Because we don't want, because of your own biasness, and you don't want your child to go and see a psychiatrist. Yeah, I have one, you know, parents are lawyer and architect. The child has been going through suicidal thoughts, you know, attempt suicide, and has been seeing me, and I've been proposing, I think she needs medication for now, but the parents said, no, I will rather pay you, and then you see her more regularly so that she can be under control. Yeah. Than to, you know, send her to see a psychiatrist and to get, you know, the right medication. Yeah, because certain condition, if it has been toxic for too long, medication does help for a little while. Yeah, so it will be faster, you know, to have both the psychiatry and having counseling. Yeah, and then find an impartial counselor. I know sometimes they do not like to send to pastor or to counselor in the same church, because they are not very confident that it will be kept confidential. So, you know, go to a neutral party, a neutral ground. Yeah. And also as a counselor, if I see teenagers, I will make sure from upfront to tell the parents, unless it's life and death, I will want to respect your child's privacy. Yeah, because if your child is going to harm yourself or harm others, I will definitely put you in the know. I will definitely breach confidentiality. But otherwise, let's respect, you know, my relationship with your daughter or your son, so that she can trust me. So I have to tell them from the beginning, because otherwise I will get phone call. Oh, what did my daughter say? What did my son say? Yeah, so they want information. Yeah. All right. So then as a parents, if you are sending them for professional help, you may want to also back off a little bit. Just trust the counseling process. And then eventually what I will do is to encourage the child or the teens to have family session. Yeah. So you need to trust the therapy, what they are doing. And then it's really to do do reconciliation in the family. So be an advocate. Find the right mental health treatment. It's like finding the right medical provider. So sometimes we have to speak up lah. Yeah, because you dare to speak up, other people also could get help. Yeah. So after the conversation, so be aware and keep noticing what's going on in your child. Yeah. So continue to have open and honest communication with your child, so that you really know what's going on with them. You know, sometimes we parents, we set rules, or sometimes the church also sets rules. I remember even my own church, the youth, you all cannot date each other, the teenagers. Yeah, in this church, you all are not allowed to have to date until you are to certain age, let's say. But you know what? They will date behind you one. Yeah, because this is their age. This is where their hormone is raging and they want to experiment. And then plus all the things they are seeing in the youth in the social media, all touchy, kissing, hugging. They just want to try out. Yeah. So if you are still very traditional way, conventional way of bringing up a child, those days you tell them don't do this, don't do that, they will listen one. But nowadays children, they want explanation. Why cannot? Yeah. So they will keep on wanting information from you, and then you know what, parents, you will use your last weapon. Because I'm your mother, I say so. Yeah. Okay lor, you're my mother. Then they roll their eyes to walk away. Next time, no more conversation. Yeah. So that is what make them feel very resentful. So if you don't know, you don't know. Like if you don't have a good explanation, you know what? Step back. Maybe your child is growing up already. You need to change your parenting style. You need to let loose a little bit. Yeah. Because if you are still very uptight in releasing them, probably it's your own anxiety. You're so afraid that they will get into trouble. You're so afraid that they will meet with an accident. That's why you don't allow them to come back late at home. You don't allow them to take public transport. So a lot of time is the parents' anxiety. Yeah. So normalize their life. Yeah. Okay. And continue to have interest in what they are doing, and then make plans to talk regularly. Same thing with couple, right? It's good to maintain date night, weekly date night, even though you already have got children, even though your children takes up the whole chunk of your life. Yeah. So parents, don't neglect each other. Yeah. You all need each other as a support to co-parents together. Yeah. Yeah. So choose your battle lah, parents. Yeah. So I will need permission to extend probably until 5:30. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yes, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Dr.
So those
Pei
who
Li,
need yes.
Deepa has a question in the chat box. It says, is a
Oh.
child's emotional self-affected if he or she sees a therapist because of our cultural biases that have been inadvertently been put into their brain? So will a child's emotional state be affected?
Affected? Why is it affected? I mean, if they have got emotional issue, of course, send them to see a therapist. What is the issue here, Deepa?
So say, hi, I'm Deepa. Just, I've had people sometimes tell me, they're not sure if they want to take their child to see a therapist because it's not a big issue. It could be something that can be, it's not a serious mental issue, but, they don't want their child or anyone knowing that their child is seeing a therapist because, or what would people say, or what would they themselves, the child themselves think,
Yeah, that's right.
does that mean there's something wrong with me? So yeah, how do you deal with that?
Oh, okay. So again, I think do what you feel is right, not what the society thinks. Yeah, at the end they don't care one. Yeah. If you get your child early treatment, the recovery is higher. Remember, the onset is always from childhood one. Is when they are teenager, it manifests. So if you already notice something, it's good to go and get a diagnosis first. But you don't have to tell people what.
If you myself clear, sorry. It was not so much about what the other person thinks. It was about what the child himself or herself would think. So
it doesn't matter, yeah, because it's how the parent normalize it.
Right. Okay.
It's just like having a flu. Yeah. So we go and see doctor. Yeah. If your brain has got a problem, you go and see a psychologist. Yeah. But what I think is not what I think what has affected the child. Once I have the child, because he is a slow learner, so everywhere the child goes, right, the mother will warn the teacher that my son is a slow learner. You got to be more gracious to him. So everywhere it is actually the mother that reinforce. Yeah, of course, out of good intention, so that teacher will be more relaxed with the son. But that itself is the one that makes the son so conscious, as if I'm so stupid. Yeah. So it's usually the parents one. Yeah, the child is very innocent. They really don't know what they don't know. Yeah. So it's how we input to them. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because if it's something that is acceptable in your family, no issue one. Yeah. So there's 4 categories. Some rules, you really no need to be so uptight about it one. What are some of the major rules that no negotiable and it's very important? It's like your child's homework, no alcohol. So you got to set out your family culture, your family rules. Those negotiable one would be chores, allowances, curfew, dating, free time. Yeah. Now this is just a sample. So you have to discuss with your friends. I mean your family member. Yeah. And then as the child grows older, the curfew time maybe you can extend or can decrease. Yeah. So not so important, you see, not so important and non-negotiable. These are more for the parents. It's good for the parents if the child can do the dishes. Yeah. Can pick up the socks in their living room. So this will really lighten the parents' responsibility. Yeah. So although it's not so important, it's not negotiable, therefore the child must do it. Yeah. But if they don't do it, it depends. You want to make it an issue. If you want to make it an issue, maybe you make appointment and sit them down and talk about it rather than react. Yeah. Now, the last category, sometimes teenagers, they like to roll their eyes, they're expressing they don't like it or slam the door. You know what? Just ignore it. Yeah. Because if you chase after them, what do you mean? Why are you so rude to me? Why are you giving me that kind of face? Yeah. So from a small issue, it become a big issue. Yeah. Actually, something that can be resolved in 1 minute, it become like 1 hour. What's the point, isn't it? Yeah. So you decide what you want to see happen. Yeah. Yeah. So have the right to know. Yeah. So one of the things you need to tell your teens, regardless, right? I'm still parents. Yeah. I still have the right to know, but I don't need to know everything. So again, it's age appropriate information. For teenagers, they want some space, some privacy. Even in your 20s, 30s, you still want your own space, yeah, even though after you are married. Yeah. So for teenager growing up, if you want, they have to earn your trust. So if they are going out for party, you have to find out lah. They have to willingly give you all this information. Who are they with? What are they doing? Yeah. And then spot check is, even like, you want handphone, okay, occasionally I will have spot check. Yeah. Random drop in. Yeah, not all the time. Yeah. So you need to tell them upfront, this is what we negotiated. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. So therefore, again, examine your own anger, reaction. Don't use sarcasm. Be real. Acknowledge your own fear. Yeah. So don't be afraid to show your own vulnerability. Yeah. And then tell them you love them, and watch out for your tone. It's actually the tone that makes the difference. Yeah. It's like, when the child do something wrong, we say sorry, say sorry. The child will just say sorry, but it's not from the heart one. Yeah. Or even I'm sorry, you know whether it's a genuine sorry or not a genuine sorry. So the tone is very important, and allow your teen to be expert. Your teen knows it's their life. Yeah. So all you need to do is to be curious and have conversation, find out more about their life rather than continue to give them advice, telling them what is right, what is wrong. Yeah. So remember, you are a coach at this stage in your teen's life. You need to, just allow them to shine. Yeah. And then no need to fight with them one. Yeah. So we want to parent with love and logic. Yeah. So we also want to tell them the consequences. Yeah. Yes, you can do it if you choose to do it. Remember, these are the consequences. Yeah. So respect who they are. Regardless, you are still their number one role model. Yeah. They will watch you. And just know that you cannot control them, but you can control many things that's around them. Yeah. And then use logic, limits, and consequence. Yeah. Now this love and logic, I don't know how many of you has heard of this. Yeah. So it's a HO parenting way. Yeah. So you can pick up the books lah if you want. Yeah. So don't minimize their experience. All right. So if they tell you they feel this way, tell them, ask them to tell you more instead of don't feel this way lah. Why are you feeling like this? Yeah. And then be mindful of your reaction. Yeah, because if you overreact, next time they won't tell you. Yeah. Don't use the word crazy. Okay, because sometimes when we are angry, we'll use all sort of words. You know, Christian family or not Christian family, it will just come up because of our own upbringing, especially if we are from a non-Christian family and we have been, you know, instilled with this kind of words when we were young. So when we are triggered, we will use the same word on our children, although we are born again. Yeah. So don't use the word should, must, have to, because the word like should, must, have to just represent you are in authority. You must listen to me. Yeah. If it's a teenager, it doesn't work anymore. All right. Because if you insist that you must do, that means you are right. And the fact that you are right, you are robbing them the right to be right. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right. So that's where they rebel lah. They will contest. And then when they fight with you, then you think that they are so ungrateful. You know, we use all those words. And then we play like, you know, we are so kasihan like that. Yeah. And whatever it is, listen to the intensity of the issue. If you have to act immediately, act immediately. Yeah. Like just now, I think the Deepa was saying, you know, what if, you know, if we were to let them, if we wait, maybe it will heal by itself. I think no lah, don't take this kind of risk. Yeah. So the earlier you get it sorted out, the better. And then take responsibility. Don't make excuse. Don't blame the environment. Don't blame the society. Yeah. Right. So this is also teaching them to be accountable, take responsibility. Yeah. But also, I'm not saying saying that you have to blame yourself. You don't know any better. You know, all of us, we parent based on what we know, how we have been parented. We didn't go to parenting school, so we don't have to feel bad. You know, if let's say today you have got challenges with your children. Yeah. Don't compare. These are all very subconscious one. Your brother doesn't have this problem. Why can't you be like him? So just now the issue about, you know, your child wants to overperform, cannot rest. So most likely there's a sign of anxiety there, and they don't allow themselves to rest, because to sleep means to waste time. You know, this is an issue here. Yeah. So where did they learn to put pressure on themselves? We don't know what they pick up over the years when they were younger. Yeah. So in our collective culture, the pressure need not come from the parents. It can come from the cousins or come from our extended family. Yeah. Yeah. So if the person is not your child, you know, I think as a responsible citizen, as a responsible neighbor, yeah, we find out more lah. Treat them as if it's our children. Yeah. So just listen to why, you know, they have not told anyone. Yeah. And then offer the person to have conversation with their parents. Yeah, encourage them to tell their parents. Otherwise, if they don't know, because the parents are quite a challenging parents, you go and have a meeting with the parents, or else, you know, take them for a visit to the professional. Now, if you suspect abuse, this is your responsibility. Yeah, you have a right to report. And it is really our duty to report. Yeah. Because there's also the law. If you know something is not right and you don't report, if people complain, you can be charged for the non-reporting, for not doing what is appropriate, especially if you are the family member. Yeah. All right. So if you are not sure, you just call, and then the Talian Kasi will send people to investigate. Yeah.
Dr.
So
Pei
that's
Li,
our
Sinki asked a question. How do I get an adult friend to agree to get professional help for a mental health condition, as she keeps denying that she has an issue?
Show them, you print out or lead them to a website, show them all the symptoms. Yeah. So if you have done whatever you could and they still refuse, meaning they are not ready, what you do is you still just be their friend. You watch from afar. Yeah. But if you cannot take their negativity, if you cannot handle them, then you have to protect yourself also. Yeah. If you have common friends, you get some other friends to just keep an eye on them. But ultimately, they also have to be responsible for their own life. Yeah. All right. So there's really not much we can do if the person doesn't want to help themselves. So what we do is we do our best. Yeah. So if you have done your best, and if the person still choose to be like that. You just have to accept it. It's their life. It's just like in my profession, I do whatever it takes for my client to be healthy. But if eventually my client still wants to kill themselves, I will be sad for a little while, but at the end, I will still respect their choice. Yeah, because they are the one in pain, not me. Yeah, but all I know, I've done whatever it takes to help them to come out from that, that hole, or that negativity, that sense of hopelessness. Yeah. All right. So after you had that conversation with them, follow up lah. Yeah. Every now and then, yeah, just keep an eye on them. Right. So watch out. Yeah. Has your child been struggling again? Yeah. After you have a conversation, just monitor. Yeah. So if things still doesn't get better, yeah, again go back. Take them to see a psychiatrist, or go for another professional assessment if you have been for one. Yeah. So discuss the concern and then get information. So I think this will also answer, if you have about adult friend who doesn't want to go. Yeah. So look for all these websites. They will also give you tips. Yeah. So what we are more concerned of is if it's a crisis. So if you listen to your friend, if they are not suicidal, then you may want to just let it be lah. Yeah. Unless you hear suicidal ideation, which again many of us miss the sign. Yeah. So if they tell you, oh, I hear voices, they are telling me to kill myself. Yeah. They are very off. So these are really where you need to force yourself. Either you make a police report, to catch them to see to see a psychiatrist. Sometimes we do that, yeah, because we know they are not safe to be on their own. Yeah, and they keep on thinking about harming themselves. Yeah. So these are some other signs of crisis. Yeah. So this is you have seen. So you just need to know whether it's severe or not, and then go for the relevant help. Yeah, this is my last slide. Any question? Any thoughts? Is everyone still awake?
Thank you so much, Dr. Pei Li. Anybody has any questions? Maybe there's some key takeaways or things that you have learned from today's session you would just like to share so that Dr. Pei Li can confirm, affirm, or correct you. Anything that you guys would like to pick up, because there was so much information that was shared just now.
Yes.
So any questions or any learnings that you just want to share with everyone so that Dr. Pei Li can confirm, affirm, or correct?
Yeah. Remember at the beginning, I start by asking you, maybe one question that you have and then you want answer from. Did you get answer? And then if not, I can clarify right now.
Hi, Dr. Pei Li. This is Ivy. Thank you very much for the insights that you have shared. I think certainly very useful and a lot of practical tips. And I especially like that, we spoke very transparently, and it was not just like a theoretical talk. There are two things which I want to ask. Maybe I'll start with the first one. What do you think about social media for the children? Because I have two sons, one primary and one secondary, and certainly, social media plays a big role. And whilst I want to stop, we know in the real world they will be exposed. So I'm quite liberal. The elder one has Facebook and so on, and he has his own Instagram, right? Because he's already in upper secondary. My question is, I think sometimes, when they, just like us adults, right, they can get a bit addicted, and then they sort of might maybe compare, and then, they get into things like things like suicide and death and a lot of negativity, especially due to COVID. So maybe you can share your thoughts on this. The second thing which I want to talk about is, you talk about the strawberry and the snowflake generation, right? I think, yes, it definitely does very, very apparent now, right? Now, my question is, I always think that, we better push and stress our children a little bit. But there's this fine balance as to how much you stress. Like, for example, let's say talk about studies, So I'm a very ambitious person, and certainly, I have high ambitions for my children as well. And as a result, yes, they are top of the class, and at least in a top class or so. My question is, you know, in the real world, nobody will give you anything lah. So it's not like, you know, and then they say, oh, never mind, you know, there are so many successful people who don't even go to college. But in the real world, it doesn't happen like that. So that's why I want to stress them a little bit. In terms of tuition, yes, definitely. In terms of social skills and so on. So maybe you can share your insights on this. Thank you, Dr. Pei Li.
Okay. You listen to them. Do you think they need the have you ever hear them complaining about, you know, too much of a tuition?
Well, certainly, you know, the tuitions that I do are on the core subjects only. So like, for example, you know, when they hit primary, when they're in standard 5, standard 6, in preparation for the exam year, standard 6, there's UPSR. Yes, they do. And then, for example, I made it a point, you know, that my children, they go to national schools. So, you know, I always tell them, you know, in a national school, if you want to have a place, you know, you have to, and I even aspire, like for them, but they don't have a lot of extracurricular. They have tennis and all that, things that they like, right? So they do choose what they like. So for example, like they like drumming, so I send them for drumming. Drumming, all no exams and so on. It's just purely for fun, not even grading and so on. So things like that. But some of the things not really negotiable. Like I send them for Chinese because they go national school, right? They don't have Chinese in school. So Chinese as a subject, yes, the tutor comes once a week. There's no exams, you know, so they don't particularly enjoy that. But the tuition, I think, is fine because it's a phase out. I phase out once a day. It's no more than once a day, and maybe for maximum 1-2 hours.
Your 2 children, right? I think they are of age. You can really like have an open conversation with them tonight. You say, I've just attended this seminar. You have a very open conversation with them. You know, ask them what they think about all this tuition. Because this is right now what you think is good for them. And then they also didn't contest. So maybe there's no issue there. You're only making out an issue because you are concerned, because after the talk, maybe I've overpressured them. Maybe it's not. So you have an open conversation with them and see how it feels. That's one way to find out lah. Yeah, because there's really
I've had conversations with them as well. They always tell me, Mommy, of course it's a drag lah. You know, sometimes they don't want to go for tuition, just like us adults, sometimes we don't want to go to work, right? But I always tell them, you know, that discipline and consistency is the key. You know, it's not like overnight you can suddenly, you know, do something like that. But I also feel that once they go into the top 2 classes or so, they also get pressured by their friends, right? Like, for example, you know, their teachers will tell them, you know, you are the hope of the school or something like that, you know. And then they make them, you know, tutor the other students as well. So sometimes, you know, it's a fine balance lah. So I think it's also the environment, because we come from a family where we have a lot of professionals, right? So when we go for gatherings and so on, so yes, there's a lot of pressure. A lot of it comes from the family as well as I think their peers as well.
Yeah, so this is where you have to rule out all things, all this. If without all this pressure, what would be your decision? Yeah. Because right now our life as if we are controlled by our society, our relatives. Therefore, I have to do this. Yeah. So when I have to do this, the have, must, should, remember those are not a positive language. Those are very toxic. Yeah. So we ourselves as parents has to be clear. Yes.
Sorry, Dr. Pei Li, because it's already nearly 5:40. I know you also have another event happening soon. Maybe what I can suggest for everyone, we will actually close the session now. But if Dr. Pei Li is okay to stay maybe another 10-15 minutes, those who wish to continue asking a few more questions can continue to do so. And the rest who need to leave can leave. Is that okay, Dr. Pei Li? Another 5-10 minutes?
Sure.
Can, okay,
sure.
So maybe I will ask Pastor Ching Chung to just close the session. And then later on, for those who wish to stay, please stay and ask your questions. And those who need to go because for dinner or whatever other purposes, please do exit the room and we will not judge you. Don't worry. So let's pass to Pastor Ching Chung to pray.
Yeah.
But I think before that, shall we respond to Alice's question first?
Sorry, where?
How old is your friend, Alice?
Oh, yes,
Sorry.
Alice Tang.
My friend is about 30 plus, late 30s.
Okay, this one does sounds like there's a mental condition which needs psychiatric care. When you say police report, what we do is we really the police, we asked the police to send her to the psychiatrist clinic.
Oh, the police one is because people has been reporting about her aggressive behavior. I'm not sure whether they actually report her to be sent to a psychiatrist or not.
Yeah, so if it's your friend, you know what, you can sit her down and help her you just ask her, does she realize about her aggressive behavior? Sometimes it's being triggered. Maybe it's just, she overreacted, but she don't mean it, and she cannot control it. So what you can do, instead of, she continue to let it out and she don't like it, other people around her don't like it, ask her to go for, a counselor first, go for counseling first before going to see a psychiatrist.
Because the problem is she doesn't trust anyone, and she says she doesn't want to do it. So, and it's like a trap situation.
Then you show her the symptoms, some of the symptoms of the condition. Because if she continues like that, she may lose her job, she may lose friends around her. And she's only in her 30s. If she don't change right now, eventually in the 50s, she'll be very lonely one. And then it will only get worse. It will not get better one.
Yeah, actually, it's coming from her first job where she was retrenched, and then I think subsequently she spiraled downwards.
Yeah. So there's some trauma work that has to be done already. Yeah. The other thing is, you can always, give them my contact, get in touch with me and see what I say. Just have a conversation. Yet they don't have to commit to anything. Or call up a talian kasi, things like that. They have to take some responsibility lah.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Thanks.
All right.
Just to let everyone know, actually, well, most people have left actually, but actually there is a slide later that will give all the details for, I think, Talian Kasih and the manual helpline and so on and so forth. But because a lot of people have left, I will ask the organizers whether to SMS or also WhatsApp it to everyone. So maybe what I'll do very quickly is to ask Pastor Ching Chung to pray. Then after that, if anyone has more questions, please do stand by, because Dr. Pei Li will be able to answer those questions. So Pastor Ching Chung?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, King Wai. Let's have a short closing prayer, okay? Yeah. Father, we thank you so very much for this afternoon where Pei Li has spent a precious time with all of us, helping us to understand emotional well-being, emotional health in a much better way, in a much more positive way. And so, Father, we just want to ask, Lord, that we will reflect on all these things, reflect on ourselves. Help us, Lord, to, like she has suggested, that to think about things that are true, noble, just, pure, lovely, of good report, things that are virtuous and praiseworthy, Lord, so that we may help ourselves transform our minds. So, Father, we just want to pray that even for ourselves, if there's need for some healing, that you will enable this to take place in our lives, and so that we will be better equipped and able to help those around us. Father, we want to thank you, Lord, that indeed you are the great and mighty physician and healer, not only of physical problems, medical situations, but also of even our own emotions and past traumas. So, Father, we just want to thank you, Lord, that we have received much insight this afternoon, and we just want to commit Dr. Yeo and the rest of her ministry in this very helpful way into your hands. Thank you, Lord. We pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Great.
Amen.
Thank you very much. So if there's any, if there are people who need to leave now because you have to cook dinner or you have to prepare something and all, you may leave. So those who have any questions, please unmute yourself and do ask Dr. Pei Li. We'll just give another 5-10 minutes because she has another appointment later. She's a very busy lady. And everybody is wanting her time. And remember, she's not charging for this. So please ask your questions so that, we make full use of her experience in a good way. Okay. Anybody would like to
Yeah.
ask a question?
I think they have had really a lot of information today. It's time for them to chew.
Probably. Yeah. I guess in final closing, in a way, I think many things that Dr. Pei Li spoke about, probably the one that stood out for me and something that I have also experienced in my life is that our thought life affects our emotional life. And so if there are some of you who are very sensitive or seem to be triggered emotionally, usually it starts from something that you think about. And I think what you talked about, the neural pathways, I think is very true. If you cannot recognize the stresses or the triggers in your life, you're going to find it very hard to manage your emotional life, because if you can't even figure out what triggered it in the first place, you wouldn't know how to deal with the source. So I think that might be something for all of us to take away, because mental health is something that we need to think about. And I just got news that our CMCO is extended to December now for the next 4 weeks. Yeah, just got news of it. So you can imagine now maybe a very good time for many of you to put into practice what Dr. Pei Li has mentioned. Have open talks. Let's deal with issues up front rather than hide behind happy faces or anger issues. And if you cannot do it on your own, please call the church, call Dr. Pei Li, call someone basically, because I think help is at hand. Let's not pretend. Let's face up to the situation and do our best to help one another. So unless there's no more conversations or any other questions, thank you very much, Dr. Pei Li, for your time. Thank you everyone for participating today. And I guess that's about it actually. Please take note of the slide that's on screen with the numbers, and of course our church counselor is available. Make use of the resources. Do not be ashamed. We're all here to help one another. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. Until another talk, this is King Y, and this is for Pantai Baptist, from Pantai Baptist Church. All right then, have a good evening, everyone.
Right, thank you. Thank you for all your time, your patience, your availability, and all the question, your participation. That has been good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeo.
All right, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Yeo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, King Y, for
Thanks,
organizing.
Dr. Yeo. I
Bye-bye.
really enjoyed your session.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeo.
Thank you. Well, most welcome.
You can all unmute yourself and share your thanks before you exit. Any more? Okay, there's a lot of thank yous in the Zoom chat group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for the invitation.
We look forward to session 2.
Session 2,
Yes.
I'm anytime.
Yeah. And of course, for I guess for more personal details and everything, you can try to have a time with Dr. Pei Li, I guess, when there is a opportunity for meetups.
Yes, thank you very much.
Most welcome. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Yeo. Ching Chong here.
Welcome.
Have a good
Ching Chong,
evening.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your mobile number and your email. People, because you gave it freely, people can communicate with you via that. Is it?
No issue. No issue.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Because I control my how to say. I don't respond immediately one. It's not like I'm editor or I must respond.
Understood.
I control my phone, so I can release, no issue.
Oh, very good. Okay, good, because there might be some questions coming your way from me, but one day lah, not. All right.
All right.
Okay lah. Thank you. Take care.
What you do? King Y, you have psychology background one?
No. I like this kind of topics. And I've been trying to do some life coaching kind of courses and just, learning. Yeah, actually a lot of what you talked about sort of confirm a lot of what I also have learned, like the neural pathways, how to get deliverance from certain habits, and using, of course, prayer, and of course, recognizing the sensations in my body, recognizing my actions, questioning myself, greater awareness and all that. So a lot of things what you said just reinforce a lot of what I've learned. And yeah, so yeah, I hope to learn more of this. And I think because as you say, the church or society, especially with the CMCO going like this, right, extending, I think there's going to be more need for people to talk about their the issues, because a lot of things are coming up nowadays. So yeah.
Extended to when? You say end of December?
No, December 6th, I think, 4 weeks.
Or another 2 weeks?
Four.
Ayo.
4
Okay.
weeks. Yeah, so it's quite, I think because we keep going up the numbers 1,700 was yesterday. I don't know about today. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you
things
once again. Yeah, keep up the good work, KY. If you need to be my student at AYC, you're most welcome.
Okay, yeah.
Personally trained.
I was looking at some of your courses there also. Yeah, so I'll let you know.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Professor Ching Chong.